right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying there's all that, because that Mom Donnie guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello. How y'all doing? You streaking? Hell yeah, we got some streakers over in Twitch chat. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, I did the 5 arm curls, but also... Oh, mommy. We're in for a crazy one tonight? Yeah, you'll have to be more specific. This is random, but help draft a statement shitting on one of our Democratic representatives, Frank Mervan. Well, that's great. Good. My wife gets paid double for tomorrow since it's a holiday. Hell yeah. Ruh-roh, a crazy one. Yep. Should go to bed, but we'll sneak a preview of stream first. Hell yeah. Yeah, the SCOTUS decision in Scrimeti today sucks butt. Like there's really no way of sugarcoating that one. Basically the Supreme Court of the United States declared open season on trans medical rights. So that's not great. Yeah, like the entire decision is fucking bullshit, you know? Like it's just horse shit. Um and ultimately it boils down to the justices deciding, well, sure, trans people are a protected class, but not for this, because it's actually okay to discriminate in a medical sense, but you're not discriminating against them because they're trans. You're discriminating based on diagnosis, and it's totally a different thing. It's totally different. And like, it's hard not to go immediately to like a place of catastrophic meltdown when thinking about this topic, when talking about it. Um because it feels really awful, because essentially what that decision says is, if they come for adult care, if they come for trans people to like just make it illegal to get your meds, we'll rubber stamp that as the Supreme Court. So I totally understand the impulse some people felt to just like run to break the emergency glass and press the big red button, Um however, I will say one thing, and it's kind of a cold bit of comfort, but the Supreme Court declined to widen their ruling and let stand a number of other rulings that have supported trans people in the past, which, like, I don't really know what the what the Supreme Court is kind of playing at, but when you do it in that way, my understanding, having looked at people who are a lot more knowledgeable about SCOTUS than I am, and lawyering and laws and such, um, if you do what they did, that leaves the door open for that decision to be overturned in the future more definitively. So it's not good, but if you're in a state with like explicit protections for trans people, those protections remain in place. And also it's not the last word on what's happening, there are going to be other challenges to these heinous laws that seek to strip healthcare specifically from trans people, healthcare that is available to cisgender people, I might add, with little to no restriction, but is routinely denied to trans people. So it's really, really scary. Well, the legal battle in this particular case is done. Like this case went all the way up to the Supreme Court, got ruled on by the Supreme Court. It's done. We'll have to see what a future case brings, but it's scary. It is terrifying. It's not fun being trans in America. Yeah. I've kind of been reeling today. Yeah, the profane priestess, a totally justified response to the day. Like it's not great, you know? So it is not, it's a fuck that's bad situation, not a we're all fucked type situation at this time. I guess that's kind of like the little bit of an update that's been going on here, like the distinction between those two levels of fucked and fuckery. This will be overturned, but it's going to be like 10 years now unless something happens. Well, yeah, exactly, Konami the Alpha. Like, that's kind of what I've been trying to articulate poorly because I'm upset. But yeah, like any challenge to this, it's going to take possibly years going through the court system, you know? Barring it being like fast tracked, but I don't know that that's going to happen. Or like new legislation would have to be passed in Congress with explicit protections for trans people. But with Democrats so eager to throw trans people under the bus at this particular juncture, who knows if they'll actually have give a shit enough about us to actually defend us. Which is why, by the way, more of you need to get involved in your local and state level politics, because the more of you that are in those rooms, the more likely we can make it that we will codify those protections. And yeah, of course, whenever we're talking about people who cannot leave the country, cannot leave their state, cannot leave their hometown, like that is going to be restrictive. This will kill children, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of them. I mean, yeah. It's an explicit effort. It's not an accident that on the same day the Scrimeti decision comes down, the Trump administration cuts funding for the suicide hotline to help LGBTQ people. It's uh they really do want us dead, and it's not subtle, and it's really wild to me that so many Democrats, in an effort to present themselves as moderates, are willing to just play dumb and pretend that they don't know what's happening, you know? Uh, and clearly that's been some of the mainstream messaging among the consultant class that advises a lot of these Democrats. I saw that a number of them were being asked if they knew about the language in Medicaid, the proposed Medicaid budget cuts that would strip, trans people from being able to get their medications and surgeries covered under Medicaid, and a whole lot of them saying no, despite the fact that it is not a subtle story, it is not an unknown story, and it is, they a lot of Democrats, people ostensibly on our side, they don't know us in this particular moment of crisis for the trans community. Yeah, Chuck Schumer got on Blue Sky today to talk about how, the Scrimeti decision to block trans medical care is all a distraction. It's all a big distraction from the budget bill, you know? It's grotesque. It is a grotesque thing that the Democrats are doing. And it's not all Democrats, by the way. But if I had to identify which Democrats, it's along that abundance liberalism line. I know we spent so much yesterday talking about abundance liberalism, Ezra Klein, this resurrection of neoliberalism, and the current conflict between the, fight oligarchy Dems and the do nothing Dems, and how that line is exactly, articulated by the abundance liberalism folks as well. And unfortunately, it seems that a bunch of these consultant class advisors are just telling Democrats, pretend you don't know trans people exist. Just pretend you don't. It's really disappointing. It's not surprising. You know, I think a lot of us knew that that was coming, but it's a really bad and disturbing development. You know, like it's kind of one of those things where we're like, we know, hey, we live in this time of possibility, and like, sure, things can get bad, but like, you know, there'll be signposts on it getting worse, and this is one of those signposts. You know, it's not the worst it could possibly be, but it's one of the signposts on the way there. You know. Oh God. Chuck Schumer just the day went on Blue Sky saying the trans caravan was a distraction. I don't even know what I don't know what the trans caravan is. Or are you talking about the exact same thing I was talking about? I I was pretty hard on Sarah McBride yesterday, Banana Brains, during that Ezra Klein segment, but you are correct insofar as, like, at the very least, bare minimum, her being in the room will remind others that, like, trans people are a real demographic. Oh God. Also, hey guys, if a conservative joins Blue Sky like JD Vance, don't engage with him. It is the number one thing that guys like JD Vance want when they join Blue Sky. That is their hope, you know? Oh, you do not have to apologize for being upset today, Plant. I'm pretty sure all trans people and allies are pretty upset. What did Sarah do? I wasn't at the stream last night. You can watch literally the entire stream. I spent the entire time talking about Ezra Klein's discussion with Sarah McBride. Are conservatives taking Blue Sky from us? No. They're all busy whining about how Blue Sky's dying or something while we all continue posting happily. You know what? Just to break the tension a little bit. Totally unrelated to anything we've been talking about. But do you guys want to see just a guy get absolutely wrecked in the courtroom? Again, totally not related to what we've been talking about. Just it brought me some measure of, like, I don't know, joy, I guess, a small guffaw.
Wasn't pursued it, but this could have been three separate.
Okay, but it wasn't three separate.
I know,
Let's go
but-
with what happened in the case.
But honey, or oh my God, I'm sorry, Your Honor. That
So, pro tip, everyone: if you are in court arguing a case, don't call the judge honey. Now, let's proceed to enjoy this man continuing to make it worse.
that I don't know what to say to that. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
The question here is what happened. I'm sorry, I've just been totally thrown by
Yeah, I
my
can
mistake.
imagine. I can imagine. I'm a little thrown by that also, if I'm being honest.
Your Honor, I don't know what to say. It's just a
Okay, well, go ahead. You've only got a minute and 7 seconds left.
the question here wasn't pursued.
Oh, bro was dying. Bro was just dying up there. Oh God. I just his your honor, permission to take out my katana. Oh god. He screwed up the QuickTime event. He really did. He really did. I just totally unrelated, but I figure, let's cut the horrific legal news with at least the fact that we can point and laugh along with this guy. It'll be a funny story for him someday, probably, maybe. He called a judge. He called the judge he was arguing in front of honey. Yeah. Listen, sweetie, I'm here to argue a case right now. Can you pipe down? Can you pipe your little ass down? Have a seat. A man is talking. Oh, fuck. God. Can someone link you? Yeah, here you go, Maddie. Baby girl, my client's innocent, baby girl. Just this would be like the affectation a lawyer would take if they were doing like a remake of My Cousin Vinnie. Which, by the way, I'm not saying they should make they should do a remake of My Cousin Vinnie, but there is such an under-tapped genre of like kind of a piece of shit lawyer with a heart of gold taking on cases and like solving crimes. It's an underutilized genre of film. There needs to be more Cousin Vinnies. Two Utes, exactly. You know what I mean, though. I'm not talking about a remake of My Cousin Vinny. I'm talking about like more movies in that vein. Columbo. But also, guys, you realize Columbo came out like 50 to 60 years ago, right? A lot of you guys, a lot of you guys dropping references to a very old show. Fun fact: Steven Spielberg directed the very first episode of Columbo. Well, no, you don't understand. I'm not saying make My Cousin Vinny again. I'm just saying that genre is underutilized. Oh man, my soul is gonna strangle my brain. I'm guys, I'm not saying Columbo is a bad show. Columbo slaps. Why are you guys citing police procedurals? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. The genre of like shitty lawyer with a heart of gold helps like clients off the hook while being like weird and zany in the courtroom. It's fun. Like I'm not mad. I'm just confused.
Okay, so hear me out. My stepbrother Vinny. You can put the plot together from here. Shem.
Get Ralph Macchio out there. Get him involved. We got this. You haven't seen My Cousin Vinny? Oh, Van Briggs. Oh, Van Biggs.
Jesus Christ.
Entrama, thank you for being subscribed for 55 months. You're so old now. As am I. Like fine wines. Okay, you guys haven't seen My Cousin Vinny, and that's a crime, so here's the closest we can get on stream.
A funny thing happened to William and Stanley on their way to college.
At what point did you shoot the clerk?
They got framed for murder.
Whoa! Wait a minute!
Now, two kids from New York are in deep trouble.
It's time to make your phone calls.
The Klan's here. They're inbred. They sleep with their sisters.
In the deep South.
Some of them do.
And only one man can save them.
We need to call an attorney, a great attorney.
He's not your typical hero.
We got an attorney in the family. Great, who?
He's
My cousin Vinnie.
You stick out like a sore thumb around here.
Oh, yeah, you blend.
You graduated from law school 6 years ago. What have you been doing since?
Studying for the bar.
That's a lot of studying.
What's this over here?
You never heard of grits?
Sure. I just actually never seen a grit before.
It's his first case.
Now, didn't I tell you dress appropriately?
You were serious about that?
The way you handled that job.
Also, just real quick, Marissa Tomei in My Cousin Vinny is literally like peak Marissa Tomei. Okay? Like such good outfits on Marissa Tomei. Okay?
Oh, you're a smooth talker. You are.
It's their last chance.
The two Utes.
Did you say utes?
Yeah, two Utes.
What is a ute?
But with Vinny's style,
I wore this ridiculous thing for you.
and Vinny's girlfriend.
We agreed to get married as soon as you won your first case. My biological clock is ticking.
Look at that outfit. She's just like casually wearing incredible outfits.
Like this, and the way this case is going, I ain't never getting married.
They're dead meat.
May I have permission to treat Ms. Vito as a hostile witness?
You think I'm hostile? Now wait till you see me tonight.
Joe Pesci is My Cousin Vinny.
You two know each other?
Yeah, she's my fiancée.
Well, that would certainly explain the hostility.
Such a good movie. Marissa Tomei still looks amazing. Absolutely, Zolta. Marissa Tomei did win an Oscar for My Cousin Vinny, and she deserved it because she fucking ate. Okay, I'm liking that Chad is like also acknowledging the
Life
Marissa
is
Tomei
bad,
love.
but we do get a second season of the Vending Machine Isekai anime in July.
Do we really? Man, every season, I do not pay attention to upcoming anime. So every season, I just get surprised. You know, I just get surprised. What's coming? Oh, we're getting another one of those? I did not expect to ever see another season of that again, but all right. Good night, Robert Adset. Do you have a comfort movie? Oh man, I have so many different comfort movies. I really like Singing in the Rain. Singing in the Rain is like an ideal, like I'm baking cookies movie. I'm gonna put it on in the background. Similarly, Lord of the Rings in a very similar vein. I would give anything for a Bravern season 2. Yeah. The Menu is one of your comfort movies? Damn. That one's a little bit dark for me. I know I have some other comfort movies. Singing in the Rain is an absolute banger. I know a lot of people like other some of the flashier musical numbers, but Make Them Laugh or Make 'Em Laugh has such good physical comedy. It's so good. Mummy 1999 is very good. Yep. Kiki's Delivery Service is a real vibe. Rami and Michelle's high school reunion. That's Clarice's. Ooh, Cool Runnings. I can see that. Howl's Moving Castle. A lot of Studio Ghibli movies can be really good comfort films. The Barbie movie is an excellent comfort film.
Ideal relaxing night. Eating s'mores and watching the menu.
I do also just like watching like horror films. Horror films are kind of like my like just a genre I go to as like a comfort genre. Ooh, Big Trouble in Little China, Fifth Element, Princess Bride. 10 out of 10. UHF, Godzilla -1 as a comfort film. I mean, I fucking love Godzilla movies, so I'm right there with you on basically any Godzilla movie. That one hits a little bit hard for me, I think, as a comfort film. But like anything from like 90s Godzilla to me is like or you know, from the particularly goofy era of like the 60s and 70s, you know, I'll take and in any of those decades some excellent Godzilla films.
You want something to chuckle at? SpaceX had another rocket explode during a test on its launch pad.
I did. Thank you for alerting me to that, Andrew S., because it's coming. I think just yesterday, Honda had a like reusable rocket re-land. Like perfectly. Like Honda's engineering perfectly pulled off like the reusable rocket shtick that SpaceX has been coasting on. And like with the number of rockets that SpaceX routinely explodes, like I don't know. I don't think they're gonna be around very long. Especially when guys, I talked about this briefly yesterday, but did you guys know XAI uses $1 billion per day? Not $1 billion per day. Sorry, $1 billion per month. That's insane. That's nuts. They had like a cash infusion of like $14 billion. It's going to be gone in like a year. Ooh, Nightlight plushie, Jesus. Your wife's a horror fan and home chef. I bet she'll like the menu. What about comfort games? Oh man, like Stellaris, RimWorld are big comfort games for me. Mass Effect, a lot of BioWare stuff. Which, by the way, I'm gonna play some Dragon Age Veilguard tonight because I would like to. Yo, Iron Giant slaps. Bloodborne. Oh, FromSoft games are also a comfort game. My Time in Sandrock is a good one. Oh, Civilization's really good. Ooh, Mask of Zorro. That's a good comfort film too. The Antonio Banderas Zorro movies, criminally underappreciated. Shadow of the Colossus is also one of my favorite games of all time, which is why I have this art print directly behind me. And also one from Ico. Sins of a Solar Empire is also very good. Paper Mario. Oh, also, I tried my hand at making this high protein butter chicken tonight. My first time trying to make my own Indian food at home. And it turned out pretty okay. found a recipe for like a cottage cheese based butter chicken recipe, and it slapped. It really slapped. How do you make chicken higher protein? You make the I know you make it with paneer. I was trying it with cottage cheese. Butter chicken is not very spicy unless you put spices in it.
Jack, I have to admit to attending Zero No Kings protests last weekend. But in my defense, I was getting measurements for a brand new suit.
That's okay, Quigley. Like, different people are going to be able to attend different protests. Happens. Y'all get so angry at cottage cheese whenever I talk about using it in a recipe. It absorbs spice very well. And is very high in protein. It's a very multifaceted cooking ingredient, chat. Y'all need to get cottage core up in here, okay? Very high protein, really cheap, keeps well in the fridge. I'm vegan, so I'm out of the cheese debates. No, you're not. There are so many vegan cheeses out there that I see routinely in the cheese section. Have I tried Lake House cheese? I have not. Some vegan cheeses can be okay. What about McMansion cheese? What is McMansion cheese? When you say the phrase McMansion cheese, what pops up in my head is like, you know, like a dark secret lurking behind a suburban door. You know, that's what that's what pops into my head. The McMansion cheese. You mentioned Columbo earlier. Do you like Kojak? Haven't seen enough Kojak. Seen a lot of Columbo though. Fucking love Columbo. Chat, why are you like this? Because, you know, they're chaos gremlins. They're little chaos gremlins in chat. The little gay friends that live in my computer. Is that the weird plastic cheese that doesn't melt so much as bubbles? I mean, maybe, but I've never heard anyone refer to it that way. Oh, cooking with Greek yogurt's really great too. What pops in my head is a 30-pound block of Kraft American cheese. Damn, that's gross to even imagine. All right, moving on from whatever the fuck this is right now. All right. I have a very limited ability to talk about things today, so let's oh god. I was gonna my original plan for today was to go through the Her Take episode with Blair White, just because I'm a sucker for punishment.
Any movie with Vincent Price, Peter Cushing, Peter Lorre, Christopher Lee or Boris Karloff, Would love to have a castle like they have in the movies.
Yo, I can totally get where you're coming from on that. I love older movies. But I just don't have the gas in the tank tonight to do a Blair White episode. I can't do it. I can't do it tonight. Fuck that bitch. Can't do it. So I figure, you know, when I'm struggling to find new content to cover on the stream that is low emotional investment on my end, I turn to PragerU, okay? Because sometimes it's like a little vacation for my mind, because I'm dealing all the damn day with, like, oh, here's a conservative with actual political power who is trying to specifically eliminate people like me, and that takes a toll, right? And then there's PragerU, and they just don't really seem to know what they're doing at this point. And so I figure, let's go and see what they're cooking up over on their channel. And of course, the thing that I saw first on their channel and immediately was like, yes, we can talk about that, is that they streamed an episode of their Respectfully Xavier show. That's a show on PragerU now. I bet you guys didn't know that, along with the 24 other shows no one knows about. Yeah, the comfort brain rot. Exactly. I've been conditioned like a Pavlovian dog to return to the original dumpster I scavenged from. But Respectfully Xavier did a stream the other day on the PragerU channel titled Top 7 Questions I Get Asked as a Black Zionist. And I figure, well, that's an intriguing title for a thing you put out on your channel. Let's take a look.
Right now as you're watching this, but the breaking news from last night was the fact that Israel and Iran are just full-blown going at it right now. And you know, by the time that this episode comes out, there's probably going to be more news and more information on it, so I'm not going to go too heavily into it. But what I will say,
just full-blown going at it,
is that do not confuse the regime with the people. What Israel did is they went and had a very precisely...
Who is this guy? I don't know. Someone on PragerU's payroll.
Targeted attack on the regime. You can even see the images where they were so precise that their missile even went into the bedroom of the person that they were going after, because...
And did no collateral damage whatsoever? Or are we just gonna act like those pictures show only a bedroom exploded and not, say, the entire side of an apartment building?
The regime, the IRGC, they are not the heroes of Iran. They are the oppressors of Iran. They are the ones that...
Yeah, it's almost like no state is inherently good. It's almost like Israel is a settler colonial project, and Iran is an oppressive, theocratic, like authoritarian regime. Like, yeah, two things can be bad at once, actually.
That are making Iranians miserable. You can even see videos online of people in Iran who are celebrating the fact that these terrorists are being eliminated because they want to be a free country that no longer has to deal with these terrorists running and just wreaking havoc over there. You have to understand that Israel really had two options.
You know, it's super convenient when you can just say the government of a country is just, they're all terrorists. They're not a real country, they're terrorists. Because then you can say, you know, well, Israel was just attacking some terrorists, and not Israel conducted an act of war against a sovereign nation. Because that sounds a little bit more serious, doesn't it?
here, because going up against Iran is inevitable at this point. They're either going to go up against an Iran that is equipped with nuclear weapons and thousands of ballistic.
I love this. I fucking love it. We're 2 minutes in to this very educational program.
They're either going to go up against an Iran that is equipped with nuclear weapons and thousands of ballistic missiles, or they're going to go up against Iran that does not have nuclear weapons or a bunch of ballistic missiles. So
I love that they're like, well, hypothetically down the road at some point, you know, you can imagine that Iran would be a real threat to them. So it's fine to attack them unprovoked. You know, you guys understand how insane that is, right? Like, US intelligence does not indicate that Iran has a nuclear weapon. We don't have that intelligence. Israel tried to make that argument. Our intelligence apparatus rejected that. The argument is still from the media, well, you know, they could have nuclear weapons in the future. And it's like, yeah, well, anyone could have nuclear weapons. I can imagine a hypothetical where, like, you know, Xavier from the show one day has nuclear weapons. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if just because I imagine this man might someday trip and wind up with a nuclear weapon in his pocket, like, doesn't mean I would be justified in like doing airstrikes on his neighborhood. Like, that's just not, like, that's not okay, actually. What's crazy is essentially what conservative media and mainstream media at large, you know, we're making fun of this guy, but the mainstream media, the biggest media in our country, is going along with a similar argument as it regards Iran. And it's exactly the same line of argumentation that led us into war with Iraq. It is WMDs all over again. It's just, well, you know, there might be WMDs, and that's good enough to invade a country and kill hundreds of thousands of people.
Israel did what Israel had to do. They handled their business. And no, this does not mean that American troops are going to be stepping foot on Iran anytime soon. Whoopsie.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that. True. It doesn't have to mean that. Though I would say that if you Google right now, like, oh, hey, what's going on with Iran? Literally one of the latest AP or I think Reuters stories about that is the entire world waits for Donald Trump to make a decision about whether to involve the United States with Iran, because yesterday he went into a closed-door meeting in the Situation Room, and a bunch of U.S. senators and Congress people started coming out of the woodwork to talk about how, hey, maybe we should nuke Iran. Now, you might say, now, Jack, how could you say that? How could you say that? Well, here's Lindsey Graham on Fox News the other day.
This is a religious Nazi regime bent on purifying Islam, destroying the Jewish state, and coming after us. They're religious Nazis. And this regime does not need, nor can they ever have, a nuclear weapon. And Donald Trump is about to put a period on that statement.
Donald Trump is about to put a period on that statement. Well, that's chilling as hell. And, well, just throwing this out there, this is currently the main point of contention, at least according to the mainstream media, right? Iran's best protected nuclear site is deep underground. Only the U.S. military has the 30,000-pound bomb capable of reaching the facility and the bomber to carry it. And it is located at Fordo nuclear site, which is built deep within a mountain. You can see it kind of outlined here. And yeah, it's basically what, you know how I've talked about how Iran is essentially a gigantic fortress, geologically speaking. This is the kind of stuff I was talking about. So we have a bunker buster bomb capable of actually reaching that site. And also we have nuclear weapons. Is this actually true? Well, you know, normally I'd say, yeah, it's fairly well known. But I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't fully trust a lot of what the mainstream media is spitting out when it comes to, like, the capabilities of Iran at this particular point of time. Having lived through the mobilization to go to Iraq, I'm a bit cautious to believe things at face value. That being said, there does appear to be a Fordo nuclear site, and it does appear to be deep underneath the mountain. I don't know if the United States' bomb is capable of reaching there. I don't know much about it at all in particular. But I do believe that site is active. So this also disturbs me. And I know we've been dunking a lot on JD Vance, but the other day when Donald Trump went into the Situation Room, JD Vance did not go in with him. And if you've been keeping track of what's been going on with Iran and, you know, with typically how that arrangement goes, typically they go into the Situation Room together. JD Vance has historically been considered someone who restrains Donald Trump from his worst excesses, which, when JD Vance is the hinged one in the room, that's a big problem, okay? And so rather than issuing his advice inside the Situation Room, JD Vance came out and wrote an entire goddamn essay. Let's take a look. Look, I'm seeing this from the inside, and I'm admittedly biased towards our president and my friend. There's a lot of crazy stuff on social media, so I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, and he said repeatedly that this will happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. And basically, guys, one, this is JD Vance trying to do damage control because it seems like Donald Trump is going to involve the United States and Iran. So he's trying to basically say, no, I know, look, Republicans, I know we said he was the anti-war candidate, but, you know, like, you look, we got a really special reason to go to war this time, and it's WMDs again. So that's one of the things he's doing here, but also he could have done this after being in the Situation Room, right? And he didn't. So that's interesting. Instead, he had lunch with the Senate Republicans. And I do find it quite interesting that you also have people repeatedly telling Donald Trump that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. And this is his response when a reporter points that out to him.
Always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having
I don't care what one of my presidential advisors who's paid to be on top of this says. Our president just does not care. We are in a time of unhinged insanity, and so I know that there are other options on the table, but I also am recalling that last time he was president, there were so many stories that came out at various points of his administration about him wanting to use nuclear weapons. There were there were stories about him wanting to nuke hurricanes. There were stories of him wanting to do a secret nuke on North Korea and then try to blame China for it. There have been so many stories out there. I think even last time there was a plan to nuke Iran that he was tossing around. It was very, very weird, right? So I'm just a bit nervous when it comes to Donald Trump making a decision about whether or not to bomb Iran, especially considering here, can I find here we go. Especially when you have Mike Huckabee, who is currently the ambassador to Israel, texting Donald Trump. And he texts him from the embassy in Israel, right? Mr. President, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. The decisions on your shoulders I would not want to be made by anyone else. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters. His voice. I am your appointed servant in this land and am available for you, but I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts. No president in my lifetime has been in a position like yours, not since Truman in 1945. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. You sent me to Israel to be your ears, your eyes, ears, and voice, and to make sure our flag flies above our embassy. My job is to be the last one to leave. I will not abandon this post. Our flag will not come down. You did not seek this moment sought you. It is my honor to serve you. Mike Huckabee. Now, guys, when I talk about evangelical Christians and the Christian nationalist movement at large being supportive of Israel and how that support is clouded and tainted by their fundamental and zealotous belief in the idea that once Israel has received sufficient support, that God will initiate the second coming and violently destroy Israel and the wider Middle East. Understand that that's why I'm really worried about what's happening here. Because Mike Huckabee is out there essentially saying, do it, sir. Nuke the Middle East. Jesus is coming. I am a loyal Christian. I will await the second coming here. This is Mike Huckabee telling Donald Trump to nuke Iran. You know? The more spectacular the conflict in the Middle East to these fundamentalist nut jobs, the better. Genuinely, it is a death cult. It's a cult built around Armageddon, around end times prophecy. And to them, a nuclear strike is the ultimate culmination of everything they've been working towards and believing and working to achieve for their entire lives. And it's very scary. Having grown up close to this shit, they do mean it. It's not feigned. It's not an affect. They are very excited about these possibilities. So I'm definitely very worried about that, but we are also only like a minute into this video. Let's keep going.
What it means is that Israel is taking matters in their own hands, and they're doing what they need to do to be proactive against the threat rather than allowing the threat to come to them. But all that to say, this episode is a more lighthearted episode. I don't want to go too much into the heavy stuff. I want to talk about the 7 most frequent...
I don't want to talk about the heavy stuff. You're here to support a settler colonial project, man. But I'm not here to talk about the heavy stuff. Just the light settler colonialism.
Questions that I get asked as somebody who is a Black American Christian who goes to Israel often. There's so many frequently asked questions, and I just want to sit here and go through the top 7 that I get, and I hope that this encourages you to go and see the motherland of Israel. Y'all know the vibes. Be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Welcome to Respectfully. So question number 1 that I always get about Israel: how much do they pay me? Not a shekel. I wish. Because here's the thing: is
I wish a foreign state paid me to shill for them. What?
Y'all love to be like, oh,
the vibes are so weird.
Get paid by Israel. I wish. I would cash the check. I would. I really just genuinely love that place. And it's actually...
I'm sorry. You're the host of a show and you're just openly going, yeah, I 100%. Hey, Russia, you want to pay me? Hey, Israel, pay me? Like, damn, dude.
Actually funny, I have a friend that's there at the time of filming this, my good friend Kayla. Shout out to Michaela. She is enjoying it there so much, and she went there because she saw one of my videos that I posted just talking about my time there, and it was like finally the moment for her. She goes, you know what, I love history, I love God, I'm a Christian, I'm a Black woman, I'm gonna go. And she decided to go, and she has had an outstanding time. And you know, while I would say unfortunately, but really it's fortunately, because she's okay, obviously, she is being able to be there to witness first all the beauty of Israel, and then now the chaos that is happening over there with...
What are you... I'm sorry. I feel like I must have misheard that.
I'm gonna go. And she decided to go, and she has had an outstanding time. And you know, while I would say unfortunately, but really it's fortunately...
Are you really saying fortunately your friend witnessed a city being bombed?
Because she's okay, obviously, she is being able to be there to witness first all the beauty of Israel, and then now the chaos that is happening over there with this feud with Iran, where she sees like, wow, like she's having this amazing time, meeting these amazing people, having the time of her life, and then suddenly she realizes, oh wait, there's a constant existential threat over here.
What are you talking about? They did a preemptive strike. Israel struck Iran. There's a constant existential threat over here. They initiated the conflict.
So I'd really expect Michaela Montgomery...
They're already doing, like, at the very least, like, if you're not willing to acknowledge it's a genocide, it is a genocide, but at the very least, you have to be... even a conservative, like, response to what's happening in the Gaza Strip right now is ethnic cleansing. And I say even a conservative response to that is, like, would require acknowledging it as an ethnic cleansing, because the Conservative Party in Israel acknowledges that it's an ethnic cleansing. You know, like that they acknowledge that is the goal. They talk about transfers. Oh my God.
To be one of the most outspoken voices for Israel when she comes back, because I've been staying in touch with her and I know she understands why I love it so much. Now, on a serious note, and just to clarify, no, I don't get a shekel from anybody over there. But the number one question that I get on a more serious note is, what is the vibe like? Or I shouldn't say that's the number one, but it's one of the 7. What is the vibe like in Israel? Israel is the most...
I'm sorry, the top question you get asked as a Black Zionist is, what are the vibes? You know, like, one of the accusations I make towards conservatives a lot is that it's all vibes-based politics. And it really is. Okay, I'm seeing, like, the stop with the shekel shit. I might be wrong. Is their currency not literally called the shekel? I think Israel uses the shekel as currency. So, like, I know it sounds anti-Semitic, but I don't think he's being anti-Semitic.
Fun, chill, laid back place that you ever could go. You meet the most incredible, beautiful people.
I mean, I'm sure he's going to be anti-Semitic in some kind of way, but
like, I cannot emphasize enough, like, you will see the most 10 out of 10 gorgeous people in Israel. Now, the thing is you have to remember, Israel is constantly dealing with an existential threat, and that really fosters a sense of community there, where you have all these people from all over the world who have moved there, plus natives who understand how sacred the land is. So
plus the natives who understand how sacred the land is. I know you're not, but are you talking about the Palestinians by chance? Just wondering, just curious.
So these people aren't worried about anything petty. They're not worried about petty drama or beef or anything like that. They are wildly friendly and helpful because they know what a serious issue can look like. Like, I hit up one of my friends. I was like, hey, what are you guys doing today? This is on Independence Day. Shout out to Michael. And he's just like, come on through. We're having a nice little pregame to an event. And then we went over to a lake and just went and had drinks and enjoyed ourselves at a lake. Like, this is...
Yeah, no other place has pre-games and lakes. You can only get those two things in Israel.
The vibe there, like, just so chill, so fun. This was in Tel Aviv. Now,
this is, yes, Alan Smith, it is in fact giving colonialism vibes. 10,000%. Because Israel is a settler colonial state, and a belief in Zionism is a belief in a settler colonial ideology.
These deep neighborly values just go so far. It's actually funny. 2 times I got lost while I was there recently. There was one time actually on the way to that rooftop where I accidentally walked into the wrong person's house, and I just looked him right in the eye and I'm like, oh, hey. And then he goes, hey, what's up, dude? As I just walk into his living room. But
what the fuck? Ha 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 ha, what a funny little goof.
He was just like, you need help finding your way? And he pointed me in the right direction. Similar thing happened.
You know, like, I'm just throwing this out there. Legitimately very lucky to be alive. Just wandering into a stranger's house. That'd be... Nah, okay.
I was trying to go to my homegirl, my cousin Haya's house. Shout out to Haya. I was trying to go to her house, and mind you, this was like Shabbat time. So it was late at night. I couldn't find where I was going. And I met this random girl, like, as I'm walking through an alley, and she heard me on the phone saying that I was lost. And she goes, oh, I'll help you. Just no fear, no threat. Like, no, everybody there, they respect each other. They help each other. They go out of their way to help each other. She didn't know me from a can of paint, but she walked me several blocks down the street just to help me get to this Shabbat dinner.
Yeah, and no one would ever help, no human being would ever help another human being, except in Israel. So true, King.
That's the kind of community that you have there, the kindest, sweetest people. And let it be known, every time I got anywhere, I was having a time. Every time I'm hanging out with Haya, or my good friend Liz Kennedy was there, Rudy, Edan, all my friends that were there, we were getting down. We were dancing. I was cutting a little rug. This is when I got to Rudy's house.
I'm sorry. What percentage of the time that you spent there was spent being absolutely wasted? I'm just curious.
Shabbat was over, the shalom was here, honey. Okay, that is the vibe. That's the vibe all the time. And, you know, I love it there so much. The Israelis, they check on their neighbors. They share meals. They always, always, always make sure you are more than welcome in their home for a Shabbat dinner, for holidays, etc. And for someone like me who, low-key lives a bougie, pretentious life here in LA, someone like me who, you know, don't judge me. Don't judge me, but I like an Uber Black. I like extra legroom whenever possible.
I'm sorry, how on earth can you possibly afford that doing this for a living? Like, I'm sorry. Like, this got only slightly more views than my average live stream gets. Okay? Like, I don't know. Like, how good is that PragerU check?
Like some of the more, you know, tangible things, because I worked hard to get it. I sure didn't have it growing up.
Oh yeah, like he works for a propaganda network. Like of course he's getting paid decently, but like how these, like I'm genuinely curious. Like I'm just fascinated by the kind of life that these guys must live. Right? Like I find it bizarre, right? Like how do they live with, like, if somebody made a documentary of like these people being candid behind the scenes of them going to their job every day and like putting on like airs and putting on like their, you know, their mask for work, I would genuinely be curious to know if like they ever do soul searching on this, or if they just do not give a shit, you know? Because this guy's a lot. This guy isn't like a Tucker Carlson type, as far as I know. Like this guy is just like a, you know, a conservative talking head who's trying to make it in the wider world. But he's not making Tucker Carlson bucks, you know? And so I'm just wondering, like, what is their day-to-day life like, you know? Like, almost no one knows who this guy is. Like, what I don't know. I'm just... it would be an interesting... I'd watch that documentary, okay?
But there's something about going there where it's just like you immediately don't care about anything. You don't care about a brand. You don't care about the Uber. You don't care about anything. You just want to go meet friends, dance in the street, and have such a good time. This is actually a clip from the first time I went to Israel, and I remember just like... I don't remember if they were celebrating an engagement or what, but it was just like, it was just a party. You go anywhere in the streets. Most of these people don't even know each other, mind you. Like, people just meet each other and embrace each other, and it is an incredible place to be. This is why it's been ranked the happiest place to live, or one of the happiest places to live in the world for many years over. Back in 2023, Israel was ranked the 4th happiest place in the world to live, according to the Happiness Report. And that was based on 2020 to 2022 data. Then, you know, after October 7th, you would think with them in this...
I just... this is a long time to spend on vibes. Can we get to like...
heated, disgusting war. You would think that that would drop significantly, but no. They only dropped to 5th in 2024 and to 8th in 2025.
Yeah, I wonder... you know, they're in the middle of this awful, disgusting war. I wonder why it didn't really impact their overall happiness rating. I wonder if there's a reason for that. I wonder if the actual damage being done by the war is all located somewhere else. You know, in another place, maybe nearby, you know?
With young adults reporting strong social connections, the resilience driven by community, etc., is why it was such a happy place to be. And just for perspective of that, America in 2023 was ranked 15th, in 2024 ranked 23rd, and in 2025 ranked 24th. So Americans are unhappy compared to Israelis who are literally fighting for their lives. And, you know,
Are they, though? Like, they're fighting for their lives from Hamas? Like you go look at like a photo of Gaza these days. It's just a barren wasteland of collapsed rubble. The existential threat's not coming from there, bud. And Israel just initiated hostilities with Iran. So
part of it is everybody there has such a sense of patriotism. You know, it's required in Israel to serve in the military, serve the country for 2 years when you're about 18 or 19 years old. So
oh, is this going to be like we should do that in the United States?
Everybody there really loves their country, and it shows. Patriotism makes people happy, and they love tourists.
I don't think patriotism makes people happy, actually. I don't think blind loyalty to your country makes you happy, actually.
Because they know that tourists are who keep the economy afloat over there. So they make sure that you are more than welcome and more than taken care of whenever you get there. Now, I would say probably one of the most frequent questions that I get is it safe to go to Israel? Now, obviously, I'm not going to lie to you, it's a war, so there's certain risks that you do take when you're there, but more often than not, especially if you're in the major cities or in Jerusalem is the most safe of all the cities, but if you're out there, you're safe. There's no reason to feel like you're under constant attack there, even though there are constant threats and you do always need to be conscious of your surroundings, the security there is no joke. Because first of all, you have the Iron Dome that is intercepting majority of the missiles that are coming through. So whenever people are sending missiles over, they're being intercepted, again, more often than not. And when you're walking through Israel, something that intimidates people the first time that they're there sometimes is they'll see IDF soldiers everywhere, because the IDF, they're there to actually protect you. They're there to deter any type of threat from happening. And here's a clip so you can see like just a visual of what the Iron Dome looks like. Like, the Iron Dome does not play. The Iron Dome is handling business, and we have all type of content on that at PragerU.com that teaches you about the history of the Iron Dome. Now,
I'm sorry,
we have all type of
literally the end part of that clip shows a missile striking through the Iron Dome. Like,
what the Iron Dome looks like. Like, the Iron Dome does not play.
You see it come in.
Iron Dome is handling business, and we have all type of content on that at PragerU.com that teaches you about the history of the Iron Dome.
Also, again, this is just like, oh yeah. Look, those armed thugs on the street corner, they're there for your protection, okay? We pay a certain guy a certain amount of money every month, and they protect our business, okay? They're there for our protection. There's no way that the guys we pay to protect us would just, abuse their power. That would never happen. This dude is paid, right? This dude is absolutely paid. Maybe not by Israel, but he's paid by PragerU.
Now, with the security there, it's very visible. You have checkpoints there, you have the IDF soldiers there, and they might look intimidating because they can whoop your behind if it comes down to it. But they are there to keep you safe. They are not there to...
And also to discriminate against Palestinians, yeah.
Make you feel like you're intimidated. The bag checks, all that kind of stuff, those are there to keep you safe, okay? Because you have to remember, the IDF fights because they love the people behind them. The Hamas...
Not like any other kind of fighter. No, sir.
And the terrorist groups and all of these enemies that Israel have, they fight because they hate the people in front of them. That is the difference, okay? And...
yeah. Don't look up any of the polling on how Israelis feel about eradicating Palestinians. You can continue to believe this guy at face value if you're conservative, but just don't look up the polling on how Israelis believe what Israelis believe should be done to Palestinians.
And the sirens and the bomb shelters, it's a part of life there, but they're well managed. The bomb shelters are clean.
Oh, truce, Melanie. Arab Jews and Ethiopian Jews are also heavily discriminated against. Wasn't there like there was a program of sterilization against Ethiopian Jews in particular within Israel?
People always know where they are. And I've been there 4 times. And fortunately, by the grace of God, I've never seen missiles. I've never.
How have you been there 4 times? How? That's a lot of times to like go anywhere.
Seen even missiles get intercepted. I've never had to go into a bomb shelter. I've never heard the sirens in an emergency. None of that. I've been fortunate because, again, it's not a 24/7 thing, but there are times like now where my friend Kayla is visiting there and it is something that's going on, but she's been very vocal about how safe she feels there. There's something about the blood of God, the blood of Jesus when you are there that just really takes over you and makes you feel extra safe and protected when you are.
What? I'm sorry, what? There's something about the blood of God.
Thing, but there are times like now where my friend Kayla is visiting there and it is something that's going on, but she's been very vocal about how safe she feels there. There's something about the blood of God, the blood of Jesus when you are there that just really takes over you and makes you feel.
Okay, real talk. Do Christians understand how fucking nuts they can come across when they talk like they're being protected by ancient blood magic? Like I'm sorry, when we're like, oh yes, of course, when you visit Jerusalem, you can feel the ancient blood right keeping you safe from harm. What? They do not. It's true. There was a lady who believed in the rapture who proselytized towards me a few days ago in a public park, and that was interesting. They really don't realize how they come across. Is that a thing? Is what a thing?
Extra safe and protected when you are out there. And I'm really happy that she still feels safe and like she already wants to go back because I'm going back to Israel in August and she already wants to go back with me.
She did talk about the demonic bike lanes spreading throughout the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. She was really concerned about how one of the signs of the end times and the second coming of Christ and the rapture was being heralded by the city reducing car lanes to prioritize buses and bikes. And she believed that was an indicator that the world was going to end soon. She literally told me that she was on she had just finished taking her last vacation with her daughter. Like it's the kind of mentality that leads people to like murder their entire family because they think the end times are upon them and they want to spare them the suffering. Yeah, like it's people who talk like that are not safe to be around. Is Jesus blood magic a thing? I mean, kinda, right? Like, if you look into like the sacrament of the Eucharist, you know, the when Christians drink like the wine and they eat the little wafer cracker, that's literally, you know, drinking of Christ's blood and eating of his flesh, right? And so and there's been literal wars fought over this concept in Europe of different religious schisms believing, you know, it's just symbolic or that there is an actual miracle that occurs that turns it into real blood and real flesh.
Season 1 or will they wait until season 2V?
Oh God. They're just gonna Trump is just going to strike Iran with all of the the DVD version of her take, season 1. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Sounds kind of metal, not gonna lie. Yeah, that like Jesus blood magic is very much a thing in Christianity. Jesus was a waterbender and a bloodbender, and lest we forget, a wine bender as well. One of the rarest avatar types.
Because she loves it there so much, even with all of this. Now, when I went there...
Is it a Catholic thing? No, it's not only a Catholic thing. In Christianity, the blood of Christ holds a lot of symbolic importance and theological importance, and like it's a big deal. Because again, like the death and suffering of Christ is in the Christian theology like the vehicle to save the world.
I want to say, if not the first, the second time, shout out to Marissa Streit, the CEO of PragerU. I remember she said to me, and I thought she was kidding, but she was completely serious when she said that, well, I asked her, is Israel safe, especially after the war? And she said, even during a war, you are safer in Israel than you are in most major cities in the United States. And I'm not kidding. For example, Tel Aviv's violent crime rate is about 2.3 per 1,000, or sorry, that Tel Aviv's violent crime rate is about 2.3 per 100,000 people, compared to Chicago's, which is 617 per 100,000 people, per the 2024 FBI data. So, like, the drastic...
I'm sorry. I don't think that's true. Yeah, we got to fact check that. Yeah, okay, wait, let me find better data. So in 2024, there were 573 homicides. So what was he talking about, murders in particular? Oh, violent crime rate. Okay, let's look up violent crime rate. Let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba. Okay. Do. Okay, yeah, the violent crime rate in 2024 was like 21 per 100,000 people, so that's 6 times lower than his claim. Tel Aviv violent crime rate. I see. Part of the difficulty is that the reporting is different because it's a different country. Oh.
It's the lowest in the world, if you don't consider settlers killing non-human scum to be a crime.
True, Saki Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Okay, well, wait. Okay, wait. So I'm looking up exactly what he claimed. And I think I am seeing the issue he's running into here, right? Because on the one hand, he's talking about the violent crime rate, right? Except that the violent crime rate for Chicago per 100,000 people is like 21 per 100,000 people. And okay, so it's like, all right, well, maybe just Tel Aviv is exponentially safer, 10 times safer or something like that. Except when I go to look up the Tel Aviv crime stats that I can find just off a quick Google search here, the 2.3 number that he's quoting here is for the homicide rate. The homicide rate. So he's comparing the homicide rate of Tel Aviv, in Tel Aviv, to the overall violent crime in Chicago. And so, yeah, obviously you're going to come to two very different numbers. Just out of curiosity, let's just take a look at the homicide rate. Homicide rate in Chicago. All right. Per 100,000. Let's see. Homicide rate. Okay, so their homicide rate is still 23. So that's still not great. Still not great. Wait, how about I get my data from a better source? Illinois. Murder. Okay, yeah, I found a different one, 21.5. So, still not great. Stop getting your data from imadeitthefuckup.org. I got my data from a bunch of different websites, including the CDC. All right.
Tel Aviv's violent crime rate is about 2.3 per 100,000 people, compared to Chicago's, which is 617 per 100,000 people.
Yeah. Also, I'm seeing what he's running into here is that there were 617 murders, I believe, in Chicago. Not 617 per 100,000 people.
Per the 2024 FBI data. So like the drastic difference in that range tells you a lot. You don't have widespread gun violence or gang issues or anything like that over in Israel. They're not ghetto like we are here.
Yeah, you don't have issues with widespread violence in Israel. Just don't look into the settler expansionist community, huh?
The streets feel safe at night, even for solo travelers. You will see so many young women just traveling like by themselves at night, not afraid of being raped, not afraid of threats or being robbed or anything like that. You will see young...
I mean, unless they're Palestinian, in which case that dynamic is very different.
Young, petite, gorgeous girls, not afraid of anything. If I saw a young girl walking the streets in LA, I'm either going to assume you're homeless, a prostitute, or you just lost your mind, girl.
I'm sorry, did you just imply that, like, you see small petite women walking around in Tel Aviv, and you're immediately like, ah, yes. I just the connections being made here are really gross.
Because what are you doing walking by yourself out here? Okay. And that's coming from somebody who does walk with me. I don't walk without security these days, child, or at least some pepper spray or my two-piece.
You don't walk without like, this is what I mean. Like, when he talks about like living a bougie lifestyle and like walking around with security, like, who is this man? I've literally never heard of him before this day, you know, before looking up what was going on PragerU.
But out there,
you know what, just wait, just let's take a look. Is there like a link to his profile? It doesn't even list his full name on the description. Come on, man. I just want to know who you are.
You don't have to worry about any of that. And you know, the community is just so
God, what if he's an AI deepfake? Well, you guys know that someday, the second it becomes financially viable for these billionaires to just have AI deepfake people saying all of the conservative talking points, they're just gonna immediately switch to that, you know?
so behind you, so just ready to protect you. And the military, like everybody there having the military background, it's like you don't want to F around and find out over there. Like if you are the threat out there, trust everybody's going to be jumping in to help you, because that's just not something that goes on down there. Israelis are proactive to threats, not reactive. They are all about safety, and they're very trained on the spot to come together as a collective shield for you and all of their loved ones. Now, the third question I get, and one I'm really excited to talk about, is do they like Christians there? A lot of people have this very bizarre narrative that they don't like Christians over in Israel, and that could not be any further from the truth. First of all, there's such a celebration of Christianity over there. You have millions of Christians who visit Israel every single year for whether it's events or just to see the holy sites or just to go there, And there's a reason for that. It's the origin of all of our... Now, why would y'all play that clip right now? Me pulling up on Santa. I have beef with Santa Claus. It's a long story. I don't...
What? I mean, yeah, Jewish people would generally not, like, the average reaction of a Jewish person when they hear about a Christian is to nod along politely with a smile fixed over their face, because they don't believe any of that Christian shit. You know, like they don't believe that. So like, yeah, it doesn't bother them when evangelicals support Israel, even if they know that like evangelicals think that by doing so they usher in the second coming, because like to a lot of Jewish people that's nonsense. Like,
Israelis are proactive to threats. This is why every single conflict they have had has started with a pre-emotive strike.
yeah, it's the jokes that I want to make are probably inappropriate for the current severity of the times, so I'm going to restrain myself. But Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Just want to point out, while he's talking about how safe everything is, apparently this just went down. There's video of the aftermath of a Iranian missile on the on Israel's stock exchange. So yeah, it's I don't think it's super safe to be over there right now, guys. Like I don't think that's I don't think that's a good course of action. Like, a lot of people, especially in the US media, seem to be talking about Iran as if it's like Gaza, as if it's like as defenseless and toothless as like some of the areas targeted by Israel's settler colonial project, but it's just not. It's a fully fleshed out state with a military, one of the largest militaries in the region. You know? Yeah, like I think it's worth pointing out that Iran, in like simulated war games that the Pentagon has run, like Iran is capable of beating off like a US invasion. You know, like this is not something that ends particularly well for any of the parties. It doesn't I don't think it ends well for Iran. I don't think it ends well with any of the aggressors in this case either. This is going to be Vietnam times 1,000. Yeah, I really hope we don't get involved. And if we do wind up getting involved, whoever becomes president next needs to get us out.
Listen, me and Santa Claus, we have beef, but I'm going to keep that between us because we're working it out. We had a nice discussion after I got done beating on that door, chat. But there's thousands of years in history when you go over to Israel. Like, that's truly the motherland.
Unlike other places don't have thousands of years of history. Yeah, no. It's not like America has thousands of years of history. Not like a bunch of people lived here for thousands of years prior to anything more recent happening. God, I hate the way people talk about society and cultures through this myopic lens.
And it's kind of wild because you go there and it's like the Bible just comes to life. Like,
by the way, this is where I plug a great YouTube channel you should all check out. And yes, one of I was going to suggest Mini Minuteman.
Google debunkers.
Everyone should check out Mini Minuteman. But also, everyone should also check out Ancient Americas. Because I really dig this YouTube channel. And I know that this PragerU video is sucking all of our collective souls out of our bodies. But let's refuel just by pointing you guys to an actual good part of YouTube. Ancient Americas is a good egg, you know? Dude just puts out videos on different like anthropological phenomena and like societies and like aspects of different societies. I highly recommend, by the way, this Wari series that he's been putting together. It's really fascinating. Really cool. And if you're someone who's like, you know, I wish I knew more about like indigenous history in the Americas, this guy knows an awful lot. And I'm not saying like he's like the end all be all, but an absolutely wonderful starting off point for piquing your curiosity in different on different societies and groups of people. You know, he's got going over like how Kipu knots work, talking about like the legacy of like different Floridian cultures. You know, you got the Wari, you got the Maya, you got the history of chocolate and the ancient life on the Great Plains. There's also a really good series here. There's one on Cahokia up here, but there was one that I would really recommend that I quite liked a while ago. Let's take a look. Popol Vuh, of course. Ah, yes, this one. Old Copper Culture, North America's Forgotten Metalworkers. This was really fascinating. About the history of metalworking in the Americas and how it's related
Don't bother
to like
with Graham Hancock. Self-masturbatory content of the highest disorder.
And we know that thanks to
Google debunkers.
That's right, Google debunkers. You're doing good work. But Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. What's the channel? Ancient Americas. I'll link it here in chat for you guys. But the The metalworking video in particular was really, really fascinating. I regularly think about it. I also really, really liked. Oh yeah. I'm probably going to mispronounce this, but Monkacht Ape, and like his journey across North America, well worth looking into. Like, so much of this is so cool. So check out that channel. Super cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to learn about a very, very, very criminally overlooked part of American history, thanks for the link. You're very welcome, folks. But yeah, a lot of the current thinking around metalworking in the Americas was related to asteroid strikes and like essentially star metals. It's very, very cool stuff. Anyway, back to this miserable trek.
I will honestly say, like, my faith was certainly not at its strongest the first time I went there. And I was just, I don't know, I was just going through a lot. I was figuring things out, figuring out how deep my walk with God actually is. And suddenly I go there and it's like, wow, this is real. This isn't like, the Bible isn't just like a fairy tale book, which I never thought it was, but a lot of people do. But when you go there, you really start to realize just how deeply rooted Christianity is to literal history. Okay,
what are you talking about? Did you know that this thing that happened in history is related to history? Yeah. We kind of figured that out.
You walk thousands of years back in history when you go there, especially in places like the city of David. You go to the city of David, you walk through where biblical heroes like King David and Solomon.
Can I just say that I really like I understand the religious significance of the name David, but also the fact that there's just a city named David. It's like going, hey, I'm gonna run over to the next town over to go to their pick and save. Yeah, I'm heading over to Tom.
War is a racket. It always has been. It is possibly the oldest, easily the most profitable, surely the most vicious. It is the only one international in scope. It is the only one in which the profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives. We must take the
profit out of war. I got you, Forlorn79. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you.
Lived, they bring the scriptures to life in such a tangible way, because sometimes you might even find an old ancient coin from the times that they were there. You'll find all.
Sometimes it brings the scriptures to life. Like sometimes you find just like a piece of silver on the ground. You're like, wow, I'm just like Judas.
All these cool things and these things that have been so incredibly preserved over there. And, you know, one of my favorite in City of David, if you don't know that story, you know, there's all types of ancient ruins there, like Pilgrimage Road, which I'll get into, Hezekiah's Tunnel. I'll go through more of these in just a second. But when you talk about the Old Testament, the OG Jerusalem, because there's the modern city, there's the old city behind the Western Wall and everything, and then there's the OG City of David. And the City of David was conquered and buried.
Pyro and Amir, you can find this shit in Rome? Are you implying that we could find ancient ruins and ancient artifacts anywhere on Earth where humans have inhabited? No! No! You can only find that in David. David's the only place with ruins. And if you find ruins in a place, that's just another part of David. Logan Hill, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciate the support. Because Damn, we mining today in the content mines.
Carried upon over and over and over. So there's so many layers of centuries of empires of all this different stuff that's buried on top, and they're slowly starting to be able to dig underneath. But you know, there's a certain group of people that don't like you to dig over in the city.
Odd Spectre, thank you for enjoying my Judas joke. I was proud of that.
Of David, because every time they dig, and the more they dig, the more they find things that are Jewish and Christian.
The more they dig. Why are you laughing like that's a revelation? The deeper they dig, the more they find that's Jewish and Christian. Yeah, of course. As you dig deeper and deeper into the crevices of David, you're gonna find more Jewish and Christian artifacts. Yeah.
But no shade, all tea though, all tea. But when you
who would be receiving shade from that?
For these sites, it really deepens your spiritual journey because it shows you just how deep the roots are. Now, Pilgrimage Road was one of my favorite places. So can we pull up that photo of me on the steps? So a cool story about this place is it's actually not fully open to the public, but you know, I got some connections out there, Chad. The Pilgrimage Road, also known as the Step Street, is a 2,000-year-old limestone pathway in Jerusalem, particularly in City of David, that was used by Jewish pilgrims to ascend from the Pool of Siloam to the Temple Mount during
Happy
festivals
Pride Month
like
to
Passover.
Jack and all of y'all. And happy Juneteenth to Jack's black audience. Hypers, here are pictures of the late King Oliver being cunty.
Oh, well, we'll always take a pause to look at pictures of King Oliver. Hell yeah. Rest in peace, King. Looking like a snack. What an adorable little guy. Baby. Baby. Oh, with his hair done up. Oh my god. So cunty. Delivering on the premise, Melanie. Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate it.
Now, as you would guess, Jesus even himself has walked on these steps and walked on these steps many, many, many times. And archaeologists are excavating it horizontally through this subterranean.
When you said digging into the crevices of David, it made me think of the City of David being something like Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Man, I need to go back and revisit that to see if they've expanded upon it, because Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is one of my favorite like internet things. I just haven't heard anything about it in a while. Thank you for bringing that up. I am Damo Suzuki.
Tunnel beneath the Silwan neighborhood using fiber optic cameras and steel supports to preserve the
Also, happy Juneteenth, everybody. It is officially Juneteenth now. We're past midnight.
Modern area above, because above all these tunnels it's a whole neighborhood, and without, they didn't want to have to displace these people, so they are digging underneath in such a cool, intricate way. And
wait, what's the point of Juneteenth? To celebrate the day slavery was ended in America? I think that's worth a holiday.
It's about 300 feet. There's about 300 feet left to uncover. And every time I go back, I make sure I go because it's so incredible. And how it was actually discovered was back in 2004, a sewage pipe burst. And anytime you have to dig in Israel, you have to have archaeologists there. And as they were digging to find this pipe, they hit these stone stairs, and it prompted a bigger excavation.
You thought the celebration of the end of slavery was a what thing? Like a Rainbow Mafia? Wait, I'm fascinated by this. Do you have like a gang of people rolling up in a bedazzled like Cadillac, like mocking you for being straight on Juneteenth? Is that like what happens to you every year? That's weird. Tell me more about the Rainbow Mafia. I'm fascinated. Hey, you gotta pay up, all right? You got a nice kitchen here. Be a shame if someone remodeled it. You know, like just you gotta pay the protection racket. Otherwise, they make all of your stuff look too fabulous for you. They roll up in their Cadillac. Hey, you don't pay us your money. We're gonna stupid sexy Flanders you. All right, we're gonna put you in a corner and we're gonna play the scene of Ned Flanders' ass from The Simpsons over on a loop until you turn gay. Like, is that what happens to you? You know, the parades with the scantily clad men roping kids into their weird nonsense. I'm not familiar with this, actually. So when you say Rainbow Mafia, what do you mean? And how did you think that was related to Juneteenth? Like, how did you confuse the day that is celebrating the end of slavery for parades of men with like catching children? I'm confused. Where did that come from for you? Like I just want to understand from your perspective here. Like I'm picking up what you're putting down, and if you're upset about how I'm picking it up, you need to be a bit more articulate. Like none of this is something I've observed in the real world, and it sounds like a hallucination on your part, but I'm interested to learn more. Maybe I just don't know about what goes on in your neck of the woods. Maybe I don't know, do you have like roving gangs of gay people? Like what? I'm genuinely lost here. And like obviously in your area, this must be so prevalent that they've tried to gay you at least a dozen times already, because you've confused their activities for the holiday that celebrates the end of slavery. That's pretty like explicitly celebrating the end of slavery. I've never seen someone make that mistake before. So I'm just I want to get in your head, chatter. I want to get in your head. I want to understand. Just leave kids alone. What's so hard about that? No, I'm just asking you to explain what you're talking about.
Bada bling. Fugate about it.
Sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. No, that dude, I need you to like actually engage with me and answer the question, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm just asking you to articulate what you meant, and you seem to not know what you meant, and that's what's confusing to me. No, but like, quantum mechanic, if somebody's here to just pick a fight, they should be able to articulate what they want to have a fight about. You know, they should have like an ability to articulate their position, and there just doesn't seem to be, and I'm just kind of fascinated by that. You know? Like, I don't know, if you're gonna spend your time going out of your way to like go into other people's chats and like try and like argue, you should have a good argument, right? I don't think that's a controversial stance. The gay slavers are transing the kids. Yeah, not enough people are talking about the gay angs in America. Ooh, excuse me. Like conservatives can address points. I mean, that's kind of the fun little game I like to play with people who come in here, right? Like they can't really. It's part of the a fun little activity I do where I just ask them basic questions about what they believe and they inevitably implode like dying stars. No, I just ignored the response because the response wasn't relevant to what like I was asking him, you know? It like if somebody just chooses not to respond to me, the streamer, like I'm not going to move on from that point. Like you have to go like you came in here, you chose the dialogue tree you wanted to go down. I'm going to run you through the different steps so that we have a coherent conversation, or I'm just going to, you know, kind of mock the fact that you can't do that. Admit it, Jack, you're the head mistress of the genital hackery cannery. Damn. Man, it must be hard being like someone born with the impulse to argue, but lacking any and all skills to actually try and articulate your points. You know, dude came in, was immediately and embarrassingly wrong about Juneteenth, and then like couldn't back up any of his arguments, and so had to peace out. Like, kind of like this guy in the video we've been going through. It's all just vibes to these people. And when you are just relying on vibes, you don't actually wind up with a good or coherent or logical argument. You know, I think a famous left-winger once said facts don't care about your feelings. It's weird how a lot of those conservatives just immediately purged that from their minds. He was also talking crap about ancient American cultures. Well, yeah, I wouldn't expect high level discourse from someone who's already half brain dead.
Which then ended up helping them realize, oh wow, like these are the steps. These are the stepped street, or yeah, these belong to the step street. This is the pilgrimage road, which is again so incredible. It's going to be fully open to the public pretty soon. Then you have places like, and I'm going to say a lot of these wrong. Don't come for me. Y'all know I try my best. You have the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. How do you say this?
Sepulchre.
Sepulchre. Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
You went there and you didn't know how to say it?
Where Jesus's tomb is. You can go inside of there and you can literally see where Jesus's tomb is preserved. You can also see where Jesus's crucifixion happened and at the resurrection site. Like that is as holy as it gets in my book. Like you don't get any closer to the word of God than that. Then you have the Church of Nativity. You know, that's a Bethlehem Basilica marking. Bethlehem Basilica mark. I'm saying all these incorrectly. Don't come for me. Y'all know the vibes. A Bethlehem.
No, actually, we don't all know the vibes. I'm new here.
Basilica marking the Mr. Rodriguez, you bet there can. Bethlehem Basilica marking the traditional birthplace of Jesus. I should put phonetic notes on my little outline here just to help me through. But this is where Jesus was literally born.
Is this guy a TikToker? Because I have no idea where this guy is from.
So put some respect on its name. Maybe I need to put some respect on its name. But you know what? This isn't even the language it was all in back in the day. So don't try it. Don't try coming for me in the comments, y'all. But then you have the Sea of Galilee.
Wait, did they try and come for him in the comments? Damn, a lot of comments actually not super supportive. Damn, I didn't subscribe to PragerU to see this dude every upload. Damn, dude. All right.
Which I have been to, I think twice, maybe at least once, maybe twice. Love the Sea of Galilee. It's a freshwater lake where Jesus performed miracles like walking on water, and where he called so many of his disciples. And let me tell you, it is so gorgeous. Like, to say it's beautiful is such an understatement. Like, it's such a pulchral.
Did he try? I want to know, did this guy try walking on the water? You know? I want to know. Like, do people in Galilee not regularly try to walk on the water? You know, like, if they got enough faith, they should be able to do it, right? You sent me his Instagram link? Where did you send it? There it is. Oh, okay. He has 432,000 followers on Instagram. That explains a little bit more. Oh, he's been on Fox News, Piers Morgan, etc. Oh, he has his own YouTube channel. I'm just, I'm just curious.
Hey, cousins, happy to.
Oh, his standalone YouTube channel has over 100,000 subscribers. How?
Wow, when I heard about the Ruby Rod prequel, this is not what I had in mind. SHOCKACHU.
Uncle Gumball, thank you for the $5 dono. But I find this interesting. Emily versus trad wives. Okay, whatever. I'm not following. I'm not being tricked into watching this channel. I do think that this is very interesting though, because despite the fact that this channel is roughly 10 times larger than mine, the views on the videos are actually kind of where my views are. Like, a little bit more, but not that much more. I mean, like, you got videos coming out hitting like 1.5k views. I can do that. I do that on my average Matt Walsh upload. You know, like, that's weird. You know, it's always weird seeing exponentially larger channels than mine with like roughly the same metrics. Weird. All right.
Fortuitous area that you have to go see. There's just such a sense of peace when you get there that will bring you to tears, as someone who loves the Word of God. You also have Courtroom, probably saying that incorrectly too, but it's this Galilee fishing village known as Jesus's ministry base, with the synagogue and Peter's house ruins. Then you have Dominus Flevit Church. I have an image of me inside of there because I went there for the first time when I was there just a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Midnight Null Night in Twitch chat says, I recall this guy, another one of those I left the left liberal side to become MAGA. Someone who just defaults into I'm a black Republican. How can X be? And of course works for PragerU. That makes a lot of sense.
This is a Jerusalem church on the Mount of Olives, commemorating Jesus weeping over the city's future. And again, like, you hear these stories when you're there, and you get yourself a skilled tour guide that knows the story like the back of his hand, and they really just bring it all to life for you. And I get emotional when I look at some of these pictures because I just think of the depth of the peace that I felt when I was there. You also have Via Dolorosa. This was a path in Jerusalem.
Man, okay, I'm getting real tired of just like the tourism industry. Here we go. This is a great question. Let's dive into this one. This seems like a more interesting one.
I get so often is Israel segregated, which to me was always just such a weird conversation because I don't even know where that comes from.
What do you mean you don't know where that comes from? There are literally communities in Israel that will not rent or sell property in neighborhoods to Palestinians. I don't even know where that comes from.
You know, people try to say that there's this apartheid that's happening over there, but that doesn't even make sense. Y'all don't even know what apartheid means, clearly, because
Clearly. Tell us what it means.
Israel has a 20% Arab population that votes, that serves in Knesset, that has access to public services. So by definition, it is not an apartheid. And people will bring up the Muslim.
That's not... That doesn't indicate it's not an apartheid state, man. Palestinians don't have the same rights. Arabs and Palestinians, different groups in the context of Israel.
Quarters. Well, the Muslim quarters, it's kind of like how we have Chinatown, Koreatown, Little Italy. The Muslim quarters is a concentrated area where a lot of Muslims are and their culture is. And it's
they're just highly concentrated neighborhoods. And if they want to move out of them, they have limited to no options.
Cool. I visit there every time I go to Israel because it's nice to go there and learn about, you know, different elements of their culture and experience that as well. And unlike apartheid South Africa back in the day, where blacks were denied citizenship, Palestinian citizens of Israel have equal legal rights. And yes, there's a little bit of tension. Y'all have First of all, y'all have tension.
No, they don't. Like, I'm sorry. One, most Palestinians live in occupied territories where they are by default under a different set of laws. Even if there are Israeli settlers in the occupied territories, the Israeli settlers are governed by Israeli civil law. Palestinians in those occupied territories are under Israeli martial law. That's one of the big differences here, of course. But even if you look just within Israel, there are certain laws that apply only to Palestinians. Like, I'm sorry. This argument is bad, and you can only make this argument if you don't know shit about shit.
In your bloodstream. Y'all have tension with people over sports teams. Y'all have tension because your friend has an Android and you don't like that the text messages are blue. And I understand that too. So yes, there's a little bit of tension. Of course there is. Of course there is. That doesn't mean that there's widespread racism. Okay? That's just corny. But when you're there, no one's going up to you being like, what's your race? Tell me your whole ethnicity, yada, yada, yada. Tell me your background. And then judging you. No. Like, they judge you based on the content of your character, not just your DNA. And, you know, the West Bank checkpoints are for security, not racial segregation. And it's due to past terrorism.
They literally, when you say they're there for security, they are there to make sure and limit the ability of Palestinians to move from one area to another. That's literally what they are there for. That's why there are 3 different zones in the occupied territories. And you know, this is actually a really good time to talk about that because I've been wanting to talk about it for a few days now. But Israel is actually changing how land ownership works within the occupied territories. So this is going to be real fun for you guys to learn about. By real fun, I mean awful. And it represents maybe the biggest land grab that Israel has done in recent memory. So, folks, right? You've got the occupied West Bank, right? Let's take a look at a map here. So you've got 3 different areas of the Palestinian territories in the West Bank. You've got Area A, you've got Area B, and then you have Area C, right? Now, I might get this a little bit wrong, but my understanding is that in Area A, that's where the Palestinian Authority does both policing and also does their civil governance, right? Area B, the Israeli military does the policing, and the Palestinian Authority is able to do civil governance. In Area C, the Israeli military does both policing and civil governance, right? Now, what has happened and what has changed with how Israel handles land ownership is that in order to understand how land has been owned in the West Bank, you have to go back to like the late 1960s, early 1970s, right? And at this particular point in time, Jordan came in and was administering the West Bank. Basically, they were the authority handing out land registration, property deeds, etc. And like that is, if you had like a Jordanian land registration to your land in the West Bank, that was your land. And following the Oslo Accords, the West Bank was then separated into the areas you saw on that map, A, B, and C. And, well, the Palestinian Authority, you might have noticed and I'll throw this map up again for you guys to take a look at. Well, when we're talking about issues of civil governance, the Palestinian Authority is the one issuing land registration or land deeds, right? In areas A and B. Who does that in Area C? Kanami the Alfer. So Area C is basically just Israel. It's basically just Israel under martial law. Yes. And what Israel has changed when it comes to land ownership is essentially the way that these deeds are recognized. So what does that mean? What did they do? Well, the state of Israel has now said that they are going to resume issuing land titles in Area C. And thus, since they are resuming that process of giving out land ownership in Area C, all previous titles to that land are null and void. So if you have a deed to land that you bought in the 1960s or 70s, from and got the deed from the Jordanian authorities, that no longer counts. That land is not your land. Now I want you to take a look again at this map and reckon with the fact that effectively what that means is all of those white areas around the areas B and A, that is effectively all just Israel now. Because Israel is now saying, well, we can just give away that land. We can just sell that land. It is a colossal... I mean, it doesn't rise to the level of annexation, but it's annexation in all but name. So when we talk about there being two different levels of this, I'm sorry, it's just patently true. You know, you can look at Amnesty International here. Israel's apartheid against Palestinians, a cruel system of domination and a crime against humanity. Our report reveals the true extent of Israel's apartheid regime. Whether they live in Gaza, East Jerusalem, or the rest of the West Bank, or Israel itself, Palestinians are treated as an inferior racial group and systematically deprived of their rights. We found that Israel's cruel policies of segregation, dispossession, and exclusion across all territories under its control clearly amount to apartheid. The international community has an obligation to act. Now, you might say, okay, but like that's Amnesty International. That's one of those multinational NGOs. We can't trust Amnesty International. Well, all right. Let's just take a look. What does B'Tselem, an Israeli organization, operates within Israel? What do they have to say? They're a human rights organization in Israel. What do they have to say about how well, how is it an apartheid state? You know, great question. Oh, wait, they literally put out a report titled "This is Apartheid." That includes all Israeli sovereign territory as well as East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip. Huh. Well, but I mean, he didn't see anything, so clearly it's not.
You know, Gaza has blockades in response to Hamas's rocket attacks, not any kind of ethnic bias. You have
Hey, just out of curiosity, did the blockades stop the missiles? No, they didn't, did they? Actually.
All sorts of mixed communities over in Israel. Again, you have some that are more concentrated with all Jews or all Arabs, but you have also many that are completely mixed where everybody...
You know what's really, really interesting is that because there are a lot of different people and ethnic groups that fall under Arab. Interesting that he's not talking about Palestinians, is all I'm saying.
And anybody can live there. I could move there tomorrow if I wanted to, and they wouldn't even ask me what my religion is. Okay, they have shared spaces, they share the mall, they share stores, they share all type of tradition and history. So no, it's not segregated. You have the...
I'm sorry, did he say they share the mall? Well, if there are multiple groups in a mall together, they couldn't possibly discriminate against each other. Are you fucking for real right now? Yeah, no racist has ever used a mall with non-white people in it. Like, what are you talking about?
Tradition and history. So no, it's not segregated. You have the Arabs there, the Druze, the Jews who work together in hospitals and schools and businesses. It's just such a weird, corny narrative when people try to ask me, is it separate or segregated? And in addition...
How is that a weird, corny narrative? It's literally the truth of like their policy positions. Israeli politicians will openly talk about it. It's not a secret.
In addition to that, you know, one of the more common...
Like, I'm sorry, how are you supposed to be taken seriously when like the Prime Minister of Israel is out there talking about how Palestinians are the children of Amalek and need to be wiped out? Like, do you seriously think people are watching that being like, yes, all Palestinians are the children of Amalek, but remember, don't discriminate against them if they're here? Like, are you kidding me? Are you familiar with your history?
Questions is, do they like black people in Israel? Now, I want to show you my homegirl, Ashira Solomon, her looking for apartheid. This was just a few days ago, mind you.
When he says looking for apartheid, does he literally think that like apartheid can only apply to black people? Because when we're talking about apartheid in Israel, we're talking about like the system that renders Palestinians lesser than.
I know that's right. Sure, you better work. Shout out to black folk. Shout out to black Jews. Okay. They love black folk over in Israel. I think it's so hilarious because y'all really had me convinced when I went to Israel the first time that it was going to be all white people. But like I always say, it is 50 Shades of Brown over there. And there are so many black people there who are baffled by the narrative that they don't like black people in Israel. Like, that's so far from the truth. Israel is a massive melting pot. You have Ethiopian Jews, Mizrahi Jews, African Hebrew Israelites. You have the Igbo Jews. You have all these different Jews that are there. Okay. And you have asylum seekers there. You have currently 81,000 Ethiopian Jews that live in Israel, with over 38,000 being born there, showing that there's just
it's really interesting just because just want to throw this out there. Do I don't know. Like there are a lot. I need to read this study more. There are a lot of studies, a lot of academic literature on colorism in Israel in particular. You can find different accounts. I was looking at this one. The Association for Jewish Studies about Jerusalem of Black, Ethiopian Israeli girls rage against hate. Just like the talking about how in one context you're discriminated against for being Jewish, but then you go into Israel and then suddenly you're being discriminated against for being Ethiopian, Yeah, just a quote from this woman. We weren't accepted in Europe because we were Jewish, and now you don't accept us because we're black. You were discriminated against, and now you discriminate against us. You're not accepting yourself. We are part of you, can't you see? And it's just like, yeah. that this is a very real trend. Again, I mentioned earlier the effort of sterilization against Ethiopian Jews. Like there is like this whole thing, this whole tradition in Israel, and it's they haven't fixed racism, suffice it to say. So yeah, it's almost like a settler colonial mentality lends itself to not great outcomes.
This deep integration in the culture there. Oh, excuse me. Now, mind you, there are so many efforts to bring back black Jews because there's also this weird taboo conversation about the fact that there's a lot of Jews that were black that were exiled, just like every other tribe of Judaism. And a lot of the black Jews, there have been so much effort to bring them back. There was Operation Moses in 1984 and Solomon in 1991, where they rescued Ethiopian Jews from war and famine and brought them over to Israel. Okay, they have a full commitment to every Jew, regardless of your skin color, because they really don't even pay attention to race like we do here in America. I really feel like people don't understand how Americans.
I don't think it's a distraction to talk about racial discrimination. I understand that, like, people who are like within the Zionist movement are perpetuating something. I just don't think that, like, I just don't. He's saying black Jews are from Israel. I mean, he's trying to make the claim that yes, Ethiopian Jews are like from Israel in the same sense that like in the mythology all Jews are from Israel, you know?
Centric that perspective of race is, because other countries think that it's very weird how we break down race here. It's very much a social construct. But no, they
What? I'm okay, I guess we're just conservatives are just saying anything now.
Weird how we break perspective of understand how American centric that perspective of race is, because other countries think that it's very weird how we break down race here. It's very much a social construct. But no,
It is a social construct. You can literally empirically demonstrate that the way we talk about race is a social construct.
do so much to bring Black Jewish people back to Israel, just like they do with every other tribe. Shout out to my friend Rudy Rockman. Actually, he does some of the coolest work I have ever seen.
Like I'm sorry, you can historically document how different groups of people in the past in America were treated as, you know, non-white and then came to be treated as white. Like historically, we have evidence of this in the modern record. You don't have to go back that far. You know, you can take a look at just like the writings of Benjamin Franklin and how he talked about how the swarthy Germans, Norwegians, and Swedes shouldn't be allowed to come to the Americas because they were too, you know, non-white. They weren't pure and white like the Anglo-Saxons. Right? Like you can literally just read the writings of people from like 250 years ago and they'll straight up tell you who they thought was white. And you'll notice that changed when you look at today.
His Instagram is, I believe, Rudy in Israel, and he does remarkable work, Rudy_Israel. He does remarkable work going all over Africa, connecting Jewish tribes all over Africa back with Israel, making that pipeline so that they can come back more easily and just making sure that they're integrated and have everything that they need. He has a really cool project that's coming out soon that I'll be sure to promote as soon as it's out. But then and he's done work in Nigeria. Like, you have to go hear his story and how he was arrested in Nigeria, because if anything, these African nations don't want people from Israel helping bring back people to their roots. So he's doing the Lord's work, truly Hashem's work. And there's a lot of people that are trying so hard to make sure that Black people feel safe and at home. Every time I go there, I could show you a whole compilation of people. Every time I go to Israel, they say to me, "Welcome home," because it is the motherland for everyone. Not the musty people, but everyone who's not musty. And you have Black, and then you have, you know, just my own personal experience there. Like, when I go there,
Hoteps are wild.
Hoteps are wild, but I don't think that this is discussing Hoteps. I don't think we're talking about the Black Hebrew Israelites here in particular. What's being discussed here is like groups of like Ethiopian Jews. Like there are groups of Jewish people in Africa, just not in the way that Hoteps think, you know?
I've never had people mistreat me. If they bump into you, that's because that's the Israeli way. Nobody says slicha over there, okay? Slicha is how you say excuse me. You'll never hear that over there. But everybody, they love you down. They just don't care about, you know, pettiness. They don't care about skin color like that, okay? Black Israelis and Jews laugh at the anti-Blackness narratives because, again, that is such a Western projection. That is people from America wanting...
Though... Okay, wait. So, you know the guy he just posted and talked about how he did such great work? Wait. I might be about to eat crow here. I'm just gonna read out this section of Rudy Israel's Wikipedia page, okay? Now, his full name is Rudy Rockman, right? In December of 2022, Rockman, on a video posted to Instagram, stated that, quote, the majority of the Jewish people just walked into the gas chambers during the Holocaust. You know, just some weird Holocaust-y, denial-y type language. You know, some weird, or maybe not denial, but Holocaust revisionism, maybe. So that's interesting. Later that month, Rockman faced further criticism for defending basketball player Kyrie Irving, who posted a link on Twitter to the documentary Hebrews to Negroes Wake Up Black America. Now, you guys might be familiar with that film because I've played the trailer before. And I'm going to do so again here because you know how I just said that I just said, like, I don't think he's talking about like Hoteps or Black Hebrew Israelites. Well, oh man, I just want to find the trailer. I don't need like an hour-long full film. I just want the trailer. Is this it? Oh no, that's a full 3-hour-long thing. No, we're not watching that. I used to have like, it might have been taken down, which honestly doesn't surprise me. Short video. God, I really don't want to watch. God damn it. Okay. Fuck.
And by...
I just want to see the trailer. Oh wait, I think I found it. Yep, found it.
You never thought this day would come. And no, it is not a dream. It's very real.
Basketball player Kyrie Irving tweeted this out. the movie.
We ain't playing games no more. We taking back what is rightfully ours.
Hebrews to Negroes, wake up Black America. Judah, it's time to go.
It's time to go. So if you're asking what the hell is that, essentially this is for what's called the Black Hebrew Israelites, right? It is a cultish movement here in the United States to claim that has like a history that's really, really wild, but I'm gonna skip some of that in order to tell you that basically the premise of the religion is that the people who call themselves Jews right now are fake Jews. That there was a swap where the fake Jews took on the mantle of Jewishness from the real Jews who are black, and that they have since been perpetuating like a swap, like a just kind of like a stolen valor type thing. And it's really, really wild. And I can't believe that this guy just shouted out. And I know that was a long break. Maybe we can edit out some of those pauses, but I can't believe this guy just shouted out a guy who like 2 years ago was playing defense for a guy known for sharing this type of conspiracy theory. That, by the way, Black Hebrew Israelites, they believe in the curse of Yaqub, which is that essentially a mad genetic scientist thousands of years ago created white people as a mistake, and the experiment just got out of containment. It's like a whole bag of crazy. Wasn't Louis Farrakhan one on this one? Yes, he is involved in the creation of this.
To try to make everything equated to what it's like here, and that it's just not the case. Another question I get often is Israel too woke? Now, here's the thing, is Zionism, to be honest, is objectively a bit progressive. When you look at the history of Theodore Herzl and his more progressive views, but the thing is it makes much more sense out there when you consider the deep refusal of acceptance and tolerance that they're surrounded by. So like Tel Aviv, for example, hosts one of the world's largest pride parades with over 250,000 attendees back in 2024. And the thing is they're not nasty like we are here. And I shouldn't even say we, because I am part of that nastiness that's happening over in West Hollywood.
What? Bro, are you a homophobic like gay person?
It's a very different vibe over there. Over there, it's really a celebration of love. It's a celebration of peace. It's a celebration of tolerance and freedom. Emphasis on the freedom. Over in America, it's become this heavily commercialized, over-sexualized, dare I say perverted, just excuse for a cash grab. And over in Israel, it's a very different situation because you're surrounded by nations over there that will literally behead you if you are a gay person. And, you know, as someone...
Yeah, no one in Israel is dressing scantily and
Such
going out to have like
much
a
representation.
hookup. I just sock it to Nick. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. The idea that no one in Israel is going out and like dressing hot and like getting laid, that doesn't seem correct to me, actually.
One that's conservative and with traditional values, I still don't ever think that there should be a nation that's doing something as barbaric as that. So when I see what Israel is doing,
well, I'm glad that even though you have traditional conservative values, you at the very least draw the line at beheading gays. You know, like it's a low bar, but I am a defender of traditional conservative values, but not that conservative.
and how they are becoming like a safe haven and a beacon of light for people in LGBT relationships. It creates a safe space in the Middle East. Over here, it's
it's really interesting that you say that, because Israel has not legalized gay marriage. like I'm sorry, dude. Like, I can't believe you're doing this. If you want to be gay and married in Israel, you have to go out of the country, get married someplace that does have legal gay marriage, and then come back. It's the only time they recognize gay marriage.
It's like that same sentiment feels woke. It sounds woke, but no, it's a very different sentiment over there, because here Americans pretend to be oppressed. Over there, people are actually oppressed in the surrounding countries. Over there,
yeah, but we're not talking about how they're oppressed in the surrounding countries. We're talking about if they're oppressed in Israel, right? Like, if your reaction to that is like, well, I mean, they'd be more oppressed if they lived in a different country. Like, I mean, I guess that's always true, right?
people really cannot live their life. People can't love who they want to love. And I don't think that any good-hearted person, especially a Christian person, wants to see someone be persecuted because of their sexuality. So,
are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Literally, I'm not an old person, okay? My partner's not an old person. My partner and I grew up in a time when, like, she went to gay prom and Christians showed up with their own pails full of rocks to throw at her when she was a child with other children. They literally showed up here in America with their own piles of rocks to stone the children. Did anything happen to those people? No. But yeah, no Christian would ever persecute another person based on their sexuality. That's crazy.
So over in Israel, I don't think that the Western perspective should be put on the different celebrations that they have there. And, you know, I get why people struggle to see that, but it's just the reality. Okay. It's not just the weird cash grab that it is here. Now, the final question.
Yeah, it's all just a weird cash grab here. Definitely. Definitely no significant LGBTQ rights that are being attacked by the very conservative platforms you support here.
And this one I don't get asked about enough. I wish y'all asked me about it more. Is the turn up real? Israel is globally renowned for their nightlife. You know, as we talk.
You just finished talking about how the gays aren't slutty in Israel. Fuck off, man.
About the pride festivals that they have there and how much fun people have there. You can't talk about or even if you don't want to go to any of that, trust me, there's plenty of fun things that you can go to over there. They're globally renowned for their nightlife. Shout out to Kulialma. Kulialma is one of my favorite clubs out there. They have the most insanely fun clubs out there. Like Kulialma, for example, it's 3 different rooms. All 3 rooms have a completely different vibe. One is like modern pop rap hits where you can dance, and people actually dance at the club out there, which I miss so much. You have one room that's like 80s to 2000s, maybe 2010s, just like all sing-along bangers. No filler songs, no weak songs that are deep cuts in someone's album that nobody knows about. It's all bangers. And then you have like the EDM techno as well. Also, shout out to Shalvata. I have a clip here of Shalvata when I was there for 4th of July. They celebrate 4th of July harder in Israel than we do.
You know, I just out of curiosity, you know, I had to go over there and take a look at their website here. Found an advertisement for the club. Something tells me I wait a minute. I thought Israel didn't have any of this promiscuous LGBTQ nonsense. I thought it wasn't woke over there. And here you are supporting a drag show at the nightlife club? Hmm. So curious.
Do here. Okay, so many other fun clubs out there like Jimmy Who, Rabbit. Like I can't emphasize enough. If you like to go to the club is waiting there for you, and it is lit every single day of the week because every night people are out in Israel to like 5 a.m. and
but always dressed very conservatively, not slutty and commercialized like here in America.
For the Jewish people and like the more religious people, they don't go out on Shabbat, which is Friday night and Saturday night. But of course, that's when the Americans go out, and that's when either the secular people or people from other nations go out. So literally every day of the week, you will find a great time all night long if that's your vibe. If that's not your vibe, they also have amazing wine tours out there. I went to some of the most beautiful wineries in the world. Making wine is one of the oldest professions in the world, and you will.
Notably not the oldest, though.
And started over in the motherland, and you will find some of the best wineries ever over in Israel. I cannot recommend that enough. The food tours are insane. There's food there from every culture that you can possibly think of, and so many cultures that you've never heard of. And it's healthier there, so you won't leave with your back being big like you would if you went on a food tour here. Like if you go over to the Shuk, honestly, one of my favorite places in all of Israel is the Shuk. It's called the Yehuda market over in Jerusalem, where it's basically this massive farmers market where, again, you get food and spices and drinks, and like everything comes with the show. It's just amazing. And then at night they push in all the chairs, push in all the tables, and then it's just a massive party where people just network and mingle and just have a good time. Everybody's guard is down, and it's just amazing.
Man, it'd be pretty cool if the settler colonial project would beneficently allow Palestinians to be able to live in that same way. It'd be really cool if that was something that both Israelis and Palestinians could engage in.
During the day, you can go hike, you can go to Masada, you can go to the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea has some of the best spas in the world. Your skin will thank you afterwards. I highly recommend going over there and just experiencing that. Just make sure if you have a cut, I don't think you should go in there, and do not under any circumstance let that salty water get into your eyes or your mouth. But if you're wondering how people float in the Dead Sea, it's because there's such a heavy salt content in the water that it actually elevates you and makes you float upward. And it's just such a cool out-of-body experience I wish everybody could have. Oh yeah, there's me vibing. I was chilling. You can tell me nothing out there. I walked away black as I could possibly be, though. You can tell in that photo I was blickety black. I was Black Lives Matter in that photo. Like, see, okay, I wasn't too bad. Well, actually, that was the beginning. By the end, I was,
reading children's propaganda pamphlets as you do when you're on vacation.
Was blackety black. Shout out to Around the World. Our PragerU Kids magazine had to take that out there for the culture and
No, you didn't.
Reenact the iconic photo where people hold the newspaper while in the Dead Sea. And there's comedy shows.
I'm not aware of this iconic photo, but maybe that's because I'm not online enough.
Comedy is a huge thing in Israel because when you have.
Oh, is it? I tell us more about the booming Israeli comedy scene. Because maybe I'm wrong. My assumption is that like 90% of the jokes are about Palestinians. I'm assuming. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Have all these existential threats. If there's one thing you want to do, it's to laugh. So there's so many funny comedians over there. I've met some.
Like the thing that immediately comes to mind when I think about Israeli comedy is like the horrifically like anti-Palestinian skits that got posted online for like years, the last few years now, of like people mocking Palestinians who are dying of thirst and hunger.
many of them personally that I absolutely love. And besides that, there's always a festival, there's always a celebration. There's Purim, which is basically like their Halloween, just less demonic. Going
less demonic Halloween. Man, imagine being too big of a pussy for Halloween. You know, like I don't know, just stop it.
there for Hanukkah is a goal of mine one day, and the jazz festivals, the music festivals, there's always something going on over there. And all that to say, yes, the turn up is real. I hope you guys appreciated this video.
We definitely didn't. We definitely didn't, Xavier.
I do it for the people. I do it for my cousins over in Israel because I really do love that place. And I feel like it's one of those places that is so misunderstood with some of this. Like, those are all people I just hung out with in Israel. I knew Liz Kennedy before, but these are people I connected with out there. And again, every time I even look at this footage, I get so emotional because of how much I loved it there. And I can't wait to go back this August. And I hope, no matter what your background is, no matter what your religion is, but
wait, Liz Kennedy? Who's Liz Kennedy? Oh, a TV beauty expert? All right, I don't care enough to go deeper than this.
Especially if you're a Christian. I hope you get on that flight and head over to Israel because it's the motherland and you will not regret it.
That's such a weird thing to be encouraged. But this video is not old. It was streamed yesterday. This man is telling people in America, go fly to an active war zone. Because the vibes are good. Oh, God.
Anyways, cousins, thank you for tuning in for another episode of Respectfully. Be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I will see you soon.
Like, I'm sorry. Do you guys remember where in this very video? Where was it? It was towards the beginning, right? Yeah, here we go.
Happening. And here's a clip so you can see like just a visual of the
literally in this same stream.
Iron Dome looks like. The Iron Dome does not play.
He shows a video of a missile hitting Israel.
Iron Dome is handling business.
Right?
And we have all type of content
there. That's insane. How are you playing video of missiles hitting Israeli territory and you're telling people to go there? I like, man. I feel like I'm on crazy pills for pointing out how crazy this is. Yeah, like I'm sitting over here genuinely worried that there's going to be like a nuclear conflict, a nuclear exchange, or a nuclear strike. And like, he's like, go over there, it's fine. Like, I don't get it. Anyway, I'm really glad we're done with that. That was way more time than that deserved, but that's what I had the gas for tonight. Segment done. Jazz Dog! I'll play the thing you sent.
New polls show New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's approval ratings dropped significantly after several accusations of misconduct surfaced. The governor is accused of hiding data on nursing home deaths during the COVID pandemic. Cuomo is also accused of harassing his former top aide, Lindsey Berlin. Governor Cuomo's political future seems now less clear.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it.
Genuinely, I really like the distortion effect here. This looks like an old, like, Super Nintendo, maybe like N64 or PS1 era sprite graphic with the compression. I really like it a lot. Just also the drop in the middle is perfectly timed.
Now less clear.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it.
So good. I enjoy that. Folks, we've been going for over 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Hit the buttons. Do the things that help the stream to not die, and by extension, me not die. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Hell yeah, the big gay man. I do look good. Thank you. Deploying likes commander. Hell yeah. Wait, what is the background song? Legit had it in my head for weeks, but don't know what it's called. Oh, let me help you out there. It is literally the boss theme from Plock. A video game named Plock. There you go. Going so damn hard on the Super Nintendo. It's a good song. Anyway. You're very welcome, Summer Lovin'. How likely is war with Iran? Pretty likely. Donald Trump seems to be pretty in favor of the plan. And I mean, like, the fact that he hasn't said anything yet is maybe a good sign, but it really does seem like the more even-keeled members of the administration aren't all that interested in, like, keeping him locked down, you know? Are we going to war with Iran because I don't want to get drafted? I mean, I don't know that if we did go to war with Iran, that there would be a draft. And let's be super clear here. Congress is the only body in America that can actually declare war. The president can't unilaterally declare war, at least historically. But the president can engage in tactical strikes. And the big question here is, would Donald Trump engage in a tactical conventional strike or a tactical nuclear strike? And that is kind of a very scary scenario. Yeah, and this particular president cares so much about what he can and can't do. Yeah, one of the options on the table is that effectively he can declare war without declaring war. It wouldn't be nuclear. I think that would be over the top. You're talking about a man who literally had a plan to nuke North Korea and then try and blame another country for it. That was one of the plans he had on the table in his first administration. He's floated the idea of nuking hurricanes. I don't think he is someone who for whom nuking Iran is off the table. Because again, knowing why that's a bad idea requires a basic amount of intellectual curiosity, and that's something he doesn't have. Yeah, 8 hours ago, by the way. This is just one of the latest updates from Axios. Trump presses aides on whether bunker buster plan to bomb Iran will work. One key question is on President Trump's mind these days, his advisors say. If the U.S. joins Israel's war and drops its massive bunker busters, will they actually destroy Iran's most heavily fortified nuclear facility? We're going to need to strike Iran. We're going to be ready to strike Iran. We're not convinced yet that we are necessary, and we want to be unnecessary, but I think the president's just not convinced we are needed yet, a U.S. official said. And look, my read on this entire situation is that this is a man who has shown a relatively loose plan in the past to use nuclear weapons, plans that he had to be talked down from by people who knew better in his administration. And those people are gone now, chat. And when we are seeing news stories like he wants to be really sure that it would work, what I hear is we can be reasonably sure that a bunker buster would reach its intended target, but he wants an excuse. And one of the things to be aware of, and I don't, again, I happen to I happen to know that these aircraft are always ready 24/7 for the president of the United States, but different outlets are reporting that the Doomsday bunker plane was seen in Washington, D.C. So that's interesting. You know? So I just I'm trying not to get overly worried because you shouldn't really worry too much about what Trump is or is not going to do, because we have no we have no say over what he does. Yeah. But this situation sucks. This is not the kind of guy I would want to have with his finger on the button, especially when he's surrounded himself with zealots who are constantly pleading with him to press the big red button. Why is Trump even considering attacking to begin with? Because he initially wanted to make a deal with Iran, but Israel destroyed any possibility of that. And so now he's surrounded by a bunch of war hawks who are saying, well, if we don't do something about it now, they're just going to get a nuclear weapon and then they're going to destroy everything. And like, so he's a simpleton. So he's not principled in his stance against like war. He's not like, you know, it's not like he gives a shit one way or the other. And in his mind, if he drops a nuke, well, that's going in the history books, you know? I just don't think there's any reason he would want to nuke Iran. But that's the thing, right? The main discussion around the United States bombing Iran revolves around getting a bomb that can penetrate deep into an underground mountain base that is heavily fortified. And so the United States is the only country on Earth with munitions that can actually reach that facility, these bunker busting bombs. And my point that I'm trying to make is that, well, if he would want to be more sure that that facility is destroyed, he would use a bigger bomb. Why aren't we in the streets? We literally were in the streets. And if you are inclined to get in the streets again, do so. So what do we want? Do we want Trump to defend Israel? Well, I think we probably don't need to defend Israel, considering they are the aggressors in this conflict. They picked this fight. They can finish this fight. Ukraine did not pick this fight. They are being invaded by Russia. I think it is our duty to help them preserve their sovereignty against a mutual adversary of ours. I think it's a pretty simple calculation. To be fair, Trump didn't send in the National Guard firing the BLM riots. He's fairly reticent to use power. He's reticent to use power. Dude revels in it. He had border patrol during BLM black bagging people in vans. Like, I don't know what you're talking about here. So are we going to say Iran didn't pick any fight here? Yeah, actually. Our own intelligence shows that they weren't building a nuclear weapon. Israel preemptively bombed them. That's another way of saying bombed them before there was any like conflict, before there was any like actual missiles in the air. The ones who put the missiles there were the Israelis. That's actually been true for years now. Iran is not aggressive towards Israel. There's a big difference between being aggressive and committing an act of war, say killing hundreds of people in missile attacks across a country. You know, it's really, really weird to me that, like, we can talk about the nation of Israel being under an existential threat because a couple of rockets penetrate the Iron Dome defenses from Hamas. And, like, that's an existential threat. But when Israel sends exponentially bigger rockets and explosive devices into Iran, that's supposed to not be a provocation or an act of war. Like, come on, let's be realistic here. Or at the very least, be somewhat consistent. Also, folks, if you've been enjoying today's show or getting anything out of it, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys are the ones that make this show possible. I couldn't do it without you fine folks. And you're the ones that allow me to go take a look at what PragerU is doing instead of trying to force myself to do a Matt Walsh debunk video. That fucking miserable on a day like today. Don't get me wrong, I don't think we need to be defending Israel, but that includes Ukraine. Yeah, but I think that there are some pretty obvious material reasons why we would want to defend Ukraine. Like, one, it weakens one of the global superpowers that is being led by an authoritarian madman who is in the process of trying to invade in one of the largest land wars in European history since World War II. And I think that's good to weaken a regime that is showing that inclination. Especially considering if they do finish invading Ukraine and they did, in fact, emerge victorious, there is literally no reason why they wouldn't then just roll into Poland, say, or a NATO country. Weakens for what reason to take them out? Well, weakens them is good in this case would be good so that they can no longer continue invading their neighbors. Like, I don't even know
I came by tonight to try to be a friendly cis guy who feels awful for what happened to the trans community today. Love you all.
Aw, Tony, thank you for the $5 super chat. It is, as it's Pride Month, I absolve you of your transphobia. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Didn't we also promise Ukraine defense as a condition for denuclearization? We did indeed. So, on the one hand, weakening our longest and strongest military rival since the end of World War II, that's just good for U.S. hegemony. But also, it's good insofar as if they're weakened, then they can't invade their neighbors quite as often. And that's also good. You know, I think it is good when countries, you know, are reticent to invade their neighbors. I wonder why we made that promise. We made that promise to get them to give up their nuclear weapons. I mean, unless you're just arguing that nation treaties shouldn't be honored, I guess, but then that gets you into a weird place where, like, I don't know, France tries to reclaim the Louisiana Purchase. You know, like, I don't know. I think that gets you into some weird territory. If your argument is just, you know, nations shouldn't honor their promises. I mean, yes, Von 400, the basic moral of the story that conservatives have been making abundantly clear for the past 50 years is that you never, ever, ever give up your nukes. You know, you literally every major world leader has now seen like Gaddafi get like you know, sexually assaulted to death in the streets. And you know, the moral of that story is never give up your nukes. And I guess the moral of the story is you especially don't give up your nukes when the United States asks you to. Perhaps our leaders were making promises that the American people didn't want to cash. Well, yeah, that's kind of how promises work, though. Like, especially like if you say like, I don't know, you go to a bank and you're like, hey, if you give me this money, I promise to pay it back with interest. Turns out a lot of people don't like paying it back with interest. They don't like, some people don't like paying it back at all. So, you know, you just, I guess in the worldview you're constructing, you just don't. It's certainly not a promise you would have made. Oh, okay. So you're of the opinion that Ukraine should have nukes. Like, I don't know. It seems kind of like, well, I, an individual U.S. citizen, don't like the agreement that my country made. Therefore, we shouldn't honor it. You understand that's an insane. You are opening up like a Pandora's box, right? Where like no country would honor their agreement to another country ever, right? You get that, right? Like the second it's convenient to just not adhere to your international agreements, like you just don't. I don't know. Seems bad. Seems historically like it doesn't typically work out for countries like that. Especially, I don't know, I'm just gonna point this out here, especially not in a country that is about creating a coalition of different states. You know, like some kind of United States where we all have interconnecting agreements with and between one another's states and localities and the federal government. Like, I mean, I think you might begin to suddenly understand if you start looking more into what you're saying, how that the notion of we shouldn't honor our agreements and we should in fact just lie brings down the entirety of our civilization, right? Seems like quite a lot of people don't want to potentially send their children to war. Yeah, it's a good thing that we're arming Ukraine, right? Like the entire reason we provide arms and ammunition to Ukraine is so that we don't have to send people's children to go die in a foreign country. Whereas if Russia succeeded in taking over Ukraine and then, say, picked a fight with a NATO country, we would have to do that. Unless you're just like, no agreements matter. Don't honor your your agreement to NATO. Don't honor your security agreements. You know, despite the fact that the only time NATO has truly been invoked in self-defense has been on the United States' behalf. And every single member state of NATO showed up to help defend America. But yeah, I guess fuck those other countries if they get invaded, though, right? Arming Ukraine is sending plenty of children to die, and once their civilian resources are exhausted, I wonder who gets thrown in next. Well, one, their civilian resources aren't exhausted, and two, if you care about the opinions of Americans and Americans not wanting their children to go and die, then surely you should care about the opinions of Ukrainians. And I wonder if overwhelmingly Ukrainians are in favor of fighting for their homeland. Hey, big gay man. Are Ukrainians in favor of fighting for their homeland? Many are running. Yeah, how many? How many is that? The smart ones, at least. Okay, how many is that? Like, give me a number. Approximately 7 million. When was that? Just out of curiosity. Since the Russian invasion began. So, kind of curious here, because one might imagine that war might break out and millions of people might leave the combat zones, right? So, in order to back up your claim, you have to indicate that recently there has been an increase in people leaving Ukraine. Ugh. I love how, like, the smart move here is apparently to just abandon your homeland. Ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Russia had a decent reason for the invasion. What was it? What do you think it was? Justifying an invasion? What the fuck did I walk into with chat? Let's start with you. I'm curious what you... No, you're the one who made the claim that their invasion was justified. I want to hear your claim. Elaborate. What justified Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Like, you're the one making the claim. Back it up. It's quite obvious why they did, but I'm curious as to your answer. No. The next thing you post in my chat, if you want to continue being a community member, because now you've pushed the issue and you've refused to answer a few times, the next thing you post in chat needs to be why you think Russia was justified. Now, I am aware of some of the justifications used by people who want to paint the invasion as just, but I want to know yours. Do you understand? So you made the claim. Elaborate on the claim. Back it up. If the next thing you post is not, it is anything other than that, you're just going to be banned. Because I value people who are willing to engage in actual conversation. And if you are incapable of that, then you're just wasting everybody's time. And no one's donoing right now, but you know what? Let's have a little dono ghost music while we wait.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Now, the big gay man, you've managed to thread the needle. So you're saying Russia was justified in invading Ukraine because they deployed 50,000 troops on the border of Ukraine and waited. That's not a justification. Now, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and just kind of assume you don't understand what a justification is. So, a justification would be, a good reason to invade, right? Well, you said Russia had a decent reason for the invasion, which involves having some justification for the invasion. So, what's your justification? What's the decent reason? What is the decent reason to invade Ukraine? I'm going to give you another chance, another crack at this, because you seem to have gotten really confused in the effort to string a couple words together.
I hereby cast a spell of war to protect the chat, and a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
It's all good, all powerful Kagan. Is there a story behind the Dono Ghost? Yeah, the story is that if I don't get enough donos, the Dono Ghost comes and eats my bones. And in order to ward off the Dono Ghost, I need the donations to preserve my precious, precious skeleton. For only by consuming my bones can it become whole again.
Jack's doing God's work.
Van Briggs, thank you for the $5 super chat. Okay, so their decent reason for invading Ukraine is they didn't want Ukraine in NATO. So, question. Do you understand how NATO membership works? Just out of curiosity, are you familiar with how countries join NATO? Just wondering there. I'm just wondering, like, if that's a decent reason. Well, no, you said it's a decent reason because Russia's worried that they were going to join NATO, and I'm asking you, do you know how NATO works? It's a yes or a no question. Russian support is proof that MAGA is a cult. I mean, decent. Well, Lemony fucking Snicket, that is how NATO works in general. It's a defensive pact, right? However, that's not exactly what I mean when I'm asking the question. Ukraine was always their red line, and it had been stated many times. That's true. So I take it your impression was that Ukraine, prior to Russia's invasion, was on the verge of becoming a NATO country? Is that kind of the crux of your claim here? Good night, Tony Sanfilippo. Filippo? There we go. Kamala said they should be in NATO. does saying someone or a group of people should be in NATO mean that they are going to be in NATO or that they are imminently going to be in NATO? In just your interpretation. I'm very much enjoying this conversation, by the way. Oh my god, this is the dumbest dialogue tree. It is, but I'm very much enjoying it. It's certainly a threat. So, the big game man, can you tell me what are the steps that a country has to go through to join NATO? Pretty straightforward question. What does a country have to do to join NATO? How? Well, I mean, do you know? If you don't know, I'm happy to elaborate, but do you know? Are you aware? Okay. So I'm going to take that. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to take that as a I don't know. Okay? So, how does joining NATO work? Well, number one, you have to apply to join NATO, right? NATO is a defensive alliance. The countries in NATO and the way NATO is set up specifically is to have a vetting process for countries in order to make sure it's a mutually beneficial alliance. All right. And so, in order to join, you express your interest and then you start participating in what is called a MAP, a membership action plan, right? And now that is a plan that is decided upon by the mechanisms of the membership of NATO. So every country has a hand in tailoring the membership action plan for a country that is proposing to join NATO. And every single country that has joined NATO has had their own individualized action plan, right? So first, step one, you apply, and then you get a map. All right? Once you meet the requirements of that action plan, then you are, given some form of ratification, like it needs to go through all of the member states. Every member state of NATO can, in fact, veto your membership. And this entire process takes years. It takes years. It is not something that is completed quickly. A good example of this would be the country of Montenegro. They initially applied in 2008. They got their map in 2009, and then they didn't formally become a member of NATO until 2017. All right? Another example of this, Macedonia. They got their map in 1999 and didn't officially join NATO until 2020. It took them 21 years. Okay? And there's a really important part of this process that might, I don't know, make it not a decent reason for Russia to invade and kind of bullshit the entire time. And that is very specifically that NATO membership cannot, by the bylaws of this treaty, they can't give membership to a country that has ongoing land disputes. Because the entire purpose of that clause is to make sure that NATO doesn't grant NATO membership and immediately trigger Article 5. Meaning that all of NATO would then have to go to war. So countries that are involved in ongoing land disputes can't actually become NATO countries. So then why wasn't the possibility of Ukraine joining NATO not immediately shot down? Because the entire premise is that once peace is restored in Ukraine, they would then be given the opportunity to join NATO. Notice how I said earlier that the map that is given to a prospective member of NATO can take a couple of years, like 5 years plus, up to like 21 years. So just saying, hey, we want to be a part of NATO so we don't get attacked anymore is not the same as imminently being in NATO, right? And if Ukraine was already in an ongoing land dispute since like 2014, well, they can't join NATO. Like, of course, the US leadership is going to be supportive of them joining NATO, but I like the argument you're making is like, well, US leadership was very supportive. Yeah, of course they were. They want to get as many countries as possible into their defensive alliance. It makes it more powerful. Yeah, but that also doesn't mean it's an imminent threat. So when you're saying Putin invaded because NATO, like, that's not how it works. That's just an idea born of propaganda and ignorance. Like, yeah, Kamala Harris would love Ukraine to be in NATO, but it's not. And it was never going to be until the land dispute around Crimea was resolved. Jess, that deal never was ratified. Uncle Gumbald. Anyway, this has been a fun little diversion for the last like 30 minutes. I've enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Also, I'm not mad at the fact that segment about that Xavier person went really long, because I feel like I got to talk about a number of different topics that I wanted to talk about anyway. Somehow I don't think the fact that past countries have taken a while to be accepted was any sort of comfort to Russia. It's in an ongoing land dispute. It can't join NATO. But I suppose if you come again, right? Like, it's weird to me that you're trying to make this argument anyway, since you don't believe that agreements and formalized treaties should mean anything. So, like, it's a weird argument for you to make, period. Because you're like, well, you know, the agreements and rules of how NATO works mean nothing. So obviously, that means NATO's a good reason to invade another country? Question mark. It means nothing until it is convenient for your worldview, I guess. Yeah, it takes a while, doesn't matter if you can't start the process in the first place. Exactly. Yeah, but like the issue is, you're like, I don't think our leadership should have made that a ridiculous agreement. Well, our leadership did make a ridiculous agreement. Our leadership has made a lot of ridiculous agreements. And part of the duty of being in our country is upholding our agreements until we are able to formally change them. We owe that to our allies who have been with us, who have shed blood with us, who have shared aid with us. We owe it to them to have a formalized and honest dealings with them. And like trying to say like, oh, well, I don't think we should honor our word. Like, I don't know, like, do you not honor your word? Ukraine is not our ally. We made an agreement with them to give up nuclear weapons. By all accounts, they are our ally. Simply not being in a defensive alliance with someone doesn't make them not your ally. Hello, Conyer. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, folks. Yeah, like, also, let's be real. The real reason that Russia invaded Ukraine was because Vladimir Putin's a fucking, like, authoritarian Nazi fuck. like, let's be totally honest here, okay? Dude literally went on national television and made a blood and soil speech. And I know that because I covered it. He literally made the argument that, like, well, Russian blood flows through the veins of people in Ukraine, and therefore we are entitled to its soil, which you'll note is a deeply perverse message. Drinking a root beer float at 4 a.m.? Decadent. Am I wrong, or NATO won't join a war if you initiate it? You are not wrong. That is correct. Putin is just a meanie who enjoys doing bad things? No, he's an expansionist authoritarian. It's not, oh, he likes doing bad things. He likes expanding his power. He likes building his legacy. He went on television and gave a long speech about reclaiming the blood and soil of the historical, like, Russian Empire. Like, he's the kind of guy who wants to rebuild, like, a lost empire. And again, it's not that he's a meanie. He just has delusions, you know? Is that really the more logical answer? The more logical answer than invaded to avoid a non-existent problem? Yeah, absolutely. Are you unfamiliar with all of the actions Russia has taken under Putin's leadership? Are you, like, have you just, like, I don't know, did you get like kicked by a horse and you just only read up on Ukraine and not any of the other attempts Russia has made to expand its power base? Like, I don't know. That there are other countries that Russia has invaded, you know. Russia's doing exactly what US leadership wants them to do. US leadership wants them to invade Ukraine. Interesting take, to be sure. So, I guess what we're really picking up here is that you're just kind of geopolitically illiterate. And like that's fine, but I don't know. Maybe be more open to learning things, I guess. The blood and soil thing sounds disturbing. Yeah, there's a video of it on my YouTube channel somewhere. But yeah, he basically made the argument that people in Ukraine speak Russian and therefore they should be part of Russia, and you know the Russian ethnicity runs through their veins, so Ukraine should really be Russia because of historical ties and also like ethnic reasons. And it's just all a bunch of like nationalist racist bullshit. It's called the military industrial complex. Yeah, all right. Virtually everything the US has done has served to bait Russia into making moves. Well, let me put it this way. I don't think anything that the US did baited Russia into invading Ukraine. Now, has the US stepped in to capitalize on that by essentially turning Ukraine into a new version of a new version of Afghanistan for them? Absolutely. But like that's partly because we're taking advantage of a mistake that they've made. Not even the vice president of the United States advocating. Hey, the big gay man, did the vice president of the United States change the way NATO works? Quick question, easy yes or no answer. Did the vice president of the United States change how NATO works? Should be pretty easy for like literally everyone in chat to answer quickly. NATO works however the United States tells it to work. No, actually, that's not how international defensive treaties work, actually. You know, like, if you want, like, a really good example of how desperately wrong you are, I would refer you to how Donald Trump tried to enact economic agreements via tariff policy. And ask how well that worked out for him. They cannot function without US money. The members of NATO, they absolutely can, actually. Are you what it Oh man. It's the posting is excellent tonight. The posting is just absolutely excellent tonight. Is the alt-right understanding of geopolitics basically the equivalent of playing Civilization, the video game? I mean, yes and no. Maybe Civilization on easy. Hey, the big gay man. Just quick question there. Can a country just unilaterally activate a defensive treaty when no attack has been made? When no member nation has been attacked under a defensive treaty, can one country just unilaterally mobilize all of them anyway? You really believe NATO can survive without the US military? You have to be crazy to believe that. Are you implying that member states of the European Union don't have militaries? Are you guys genuinely here, guys? I'm begging you. I'm like sitting here shitting my pants in an effort to like try and explain to you guys. The countries of Europe have militaries. Some of them have nuclear weapons. Like, the idea that they are without teeth is weird. Very, very weird. The idea that if the United States left a defensive alliance, that the other countries wouldn't continue to be in the defensive alliance is weird. I don't know where people are getting that idea from. Yeah, the United States is by far the largest power in the alliance, but that's also because we spend more money on literally every aspect of our military than some countries have entire budgets. You know, the Republican proposal to raise, new defense spending is by $156 billion. That's more than like Russia spends on its entire military yearly right now. And we're just adding that to our military budget. But understand that like all of Europe combined would still have a military capable of fighting Russia. Then why don't they defend Ukraine? They do. They send material aid to Ukraine the same as the United States does. Why are we spending the brunt? Do you really not know? So, the big gay man, what do you think happened to all the military equipment the United States manufactured in like the 70s and 80s? Just out of curiosity. Like, the money got spent, 50, 60 years ago to manufacture war goods. What do you think happened with those war goods? What happened to all those tanks and planes and missiles, bullets and guns and trucks? What do you think happened to all that? I want the answer because I know, but I'm curious to see the chatter's insane take. That's been me the entire time. I'm loving the responses I'm getting in the other chats. But this journey into the mind of a chatter is fascinating me. War goods? I happen to think war bads, actually. Man, I feel like I ask a fairly simple question and it takes like 10 years to get a response. It's crazy. It's like, this must be what communicating via like telegraph was like. Or maybe writing letters from like the Revolutionary War front line. Dearest the big gay man, I hopeth this findeth you well. Would we still be able to effectively fight back against Russia? I'm always under the impression that we made ourselves too dependent on the US. Not saying we shouldn't, just genuinely wondering. I mean, it would be logistically very difficult. Part of what America brings to the table is like the logistical machine that makes transportation a lot easier.
I don't usually donate to streamers, but most streamers don't have a dono ghost terrorizing their bones. Love your streams, Jack.
Tea Leaves, thank you for the $5 super chat and for donating to me, even though it's not usual for you. I really, really appreciate that. And for your concern for my bones!
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
All right, we have seemingly lost our chatter, so I'll answer the question that we waited like 6 minutes for an answer for. And the answer is the United States manufactured a lot of military stuff and then sent it to rot in storage yards across the United States. Sterling Thomas, thank you for the $2 super chat, saving $2 worth of my bones. I appreciate it. So we manufactured a lot of stuff like 50, 60 years ago, and it's just been sitting in storage yards, rotting, moldering. People weren't going to buy that. And so what we did with it was gave it away. We gave millions of dollars worth of goods to Ukraine. Now, you might say, well, but the United States did, we've done more than any other country, and that's true. We have done more than every other country for Ukraine, but have we done more than every other nation in NATO combined? Well, if you put a gun to the head of Ukraine and said, which are you going to choose? You can either have the support of the United States or the support of the entire EU bloc and NATO minus the United States. They're going to take the NATO/EU bloc every single time. So what you're looking at here is a graph marking out aid by country, right? Aid to Ukraine by country. 28 countries have committed $1 billion or more. Now you'll notice the United States at the top of that, $128 billion. That's a lot of goods, right? Well, Germany has committed $27.5 billion with an additional $27.6 billion committed by the EU, right? So that's over $50 billion right there. All right. France, $8 billion plus an additional 23 from the EU. So that's a $30 billion. So we're at 80 billion just between France and Germany. The UK, 29.3 billion. So an additional 30-ish billion dollars. So we're already at like $110 billion just from Germany, France, the UK. With Italy, we've got 16.3 billion from the EU and 2.4 billion from Italy itself. And so that's an additional 18 billion. And suddenly we're looking at numbers that already dwarf what the United States has given. And that's just with Italy, UK, France, and Germany. And that's not including Norway, Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, Denmark, Canada, Poland, Belgium, Finland, Austria, Czechia. So I'm just saying, like, that's generally where we're at. The big gay man, why didn't you answer me? I gave you like 10 minutes. I gave you 10 minutes to answer. Why didn't you answer my question? So, you didn't answer my question. It also doesn't seem like you heard the answer to the question. In what form does the United States transfer all those dollary dues? I need you to continue engaging, otherwise you're going to be banned. I don't know if I've made that clear yet. I value your engagement, but if you're just gonna lollygag, we got other things we gotta do. Yeah, comrade girl, I'm not entirely sure why you're nervous. You're not going to get kicked out. You know what? It's time to pull out an oldie but a goodie. Oldie but a goodie. Good night, Dragonfly. We don't need to give the military-industrial complex excuses to build weapons of war. You're right, because they're doing it anyway, with the nearly $1 trillion military budget they have. So, did you not understand the question I asked you? Do you not understand the question? In what form is this aid given? I'm going to try one last time. If it's not an answer to that question, you got to go. It gives them incentive to keep building. They were already building anyway. What is the form that the aid is given in? Okay, I don't think you understand how to answer questions, big gay man. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. You lose. You know? I'm sorry. You're too much of a bitch to engage in this conversation.
You look like a bitch.
Like I'm sorry. You got to be able to carry on a conversation with me if I take a special interest in you as the streamer. You gotta be able to actually engage with the questions, and the fact that it took you like 10 minutes to formulate like a 3-word reply. I'm sorry, you're operating at a cognitive level that is too low for this stream. Okay? I really hope you become more intellectually curious and improve yourself, and maybe you'll come back with another account and higher level ideas.
You look like a bitch.
I bet they're drunk. Nah, I've seen drunk chatters. Drunk chatters are little chatty Cathys, okay? I need to get more like game show music onto my soundboard so that I can make fun of chatters like that. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm very proud of all your mental horsepower, chat, for putting up with that. I know it was overly indulgent on my part. I know I've been kind of on a streak of indulging too much in brain slop, but I've enjoyed it. Thank you for indulging me the last couple of days, folks.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
You need Price is Right in honor of Star Trek. I do. I'm wondering if that would get me dinged by copyright, but maybe not. Maybe not. My mental horses are tired. Oh God, I was gonna play a video game tonight, but maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I only seem to get super chatty, annoying gamers on my channel. Quit a good game for Roblox. Roblox was the game that made me realize I'm old. I could fuck with Minecraft. I just Roblox, I looked at it and I was just like, that is not for me. I'm old now. We didn't go over our mind horses. We didn't. I'll have to rally the troops to get them to submit their mind horses. One more saggy? I don't know. It's 3:30 in the morning, chat. I'm thinking instead of doing a saggy, I could, well, okay, but like, here's the thing, right? You guys are like, oh, do a seggy. Except that what's on my mind at this particular moment at 3:30 in the morning, understand, chat, my mental horses are always going, they're always wildin', okay? They're untamable. They're born to roam free. And my mental horses just reminded me that Treehouse Direct UK, which I believe is an official Nintendo outfit, just uploaded 2 seasons of the Donkey Kong Country television show. And this is where my head's at right now, folks. What is this, Sake Tanuki? Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Hey, DK, get a load of what I just figured out. What is it, Diddy? Get a load of this. Funky Kong's funky, Lanky Kong's lanky, Chunky Kong's chunky, and Cranky Kong's cranky. Hey, you're right. That is pretty funny, Diddy. I know. Did you tell Dixie? I did. What'd she say? Something about driving the fence out of Chickamauga. Huh?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh God, Sake Tanuki, what a deep cut. But also, I have to admit, I thought this was gonna go in a very different trans-oriented direction, and I was pleasantly surprised. I look at him finger gunning everywhere. Like, as we all know, cool people talk like this, all right? You don't just use your hands, you use your finger guns. Oh, the link socket. I'm really disturbed by both the Chad Donkey Kong and the Stacy Donkey Kongs. I wasn't prepared for this. It's the incel curse. The top 20% of Donkey Kongs get 90% of the Stacy Kongs, okay?
Yes. While cutting the obnoxious lout.
Holy hell, what is the text? I'm guessing lorem... It's not lorem ipsum. Did they literally just keyboard smash? I think they literally were just keyboard smashing because you're seeing semicolons in there. That's so fucking great.
Here, chant, snip, clip, power slip. You're a wimp and that's it. He'll be left as weak as a baby.
Wait, I'm sorry. We're doing it. We're doing Donkey Kong version of Samson. What? How is this episode 1 of this?
Chant, snip, clip, power slip.
You can't have fun with a girl like we have fun with each other, Donkey Kong. Like what? You want to go and like kiss her soft, supple lips, Donkey Kong? What about my lips? Are they not soft and supple enough for you? I Yes. Yes, your excellency. We made you a sex robot. Just like, oh, okay. God. Oh, I hate the implication of that. I'm sorry. Y'all seeing this? The implication is that the hair that is on top of his head is actually just like a flesh fin. His head is just shaped that way. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like the fact that this is claiming that Donkey Kong just has like a third hand coming out of his scalp. Do you think he can wiggle it? Do you think it has like little muscles in it? The what? The mellow yellow plantation? The implications in this world building that are happening, I don't like. There's nothing I could do about the sissy hypno dog. In a bar so that he could drink alcohol, or is that supposed to be like a science lab? Whatever. I will say I do like this scene transition here, where it peels back like bananas. That's a cool scene transition. Or banana do that? Why? What? By what logic did one additional banana on top of the millions of other bananas that he ate, why did one more do that? Just like in... Incredible stuff. This took years off my life. Yep. Cratering the life expectancy for all of us. At least he still has his bits. Well, folks, we've come to the end of our journey tonight, I believe. A+ show. You know, we're all out here living better lives because of that show now. Produced with the assistance of the government of France. Yeah, that's what I was looking at as well, Nimbleline. Mr. Malachite, I can certainly raid into Redolent Thought. Boo. But folks, this is where I say goodnight. I'm bushed. I'm beat. I thought it was pretty fun. I thought it was pretty fun too. I enjoyed it in a way probably not intended by its creators. That was a banana slamma dunk or donk of a show. I don't know how to classify how this show went today, but if you enjoyed it, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the buttons, support the show, do the things, sub, dono, etc. Because you know, that this is my life. This is what I do. I couldn't do it without you fine folks. And with that, good night, everybody.